either that you've done or that somebody else has done?
What do you mean body of work?
It could
You
be
mean
anything.
you mean
It could
our
be,
body of work or someone else's body of work?
that's what I'm saying. It can be either your favorite piece that you've done or that somebody else has done. The piece that has resonated with you the most. That as soon as I say favorite body, that's what pops in your head right now. It can be yours. It can be somebody else's. Cores will go with you.
Okay. Yeah, is this working? Yeah. I am Cores Vandiver. Cores Dion Vandiver is my name. I go by Cores, so you can call me Cores. Writer, producer, director. Yeah, kind of got my hands in a lot of stuff. Hopefully some of these questions will be answered, during the panel. But as a favorite body of work, I don't know that I necessarily have one, but I think two projects, gosh, maybe two projects, maybe three, that they're kind of a tie. I wrote a project with Nate Parker called Lou, which has done a lot of festivals. It was here at the first year of Morehouse Fest. There was another, that was a short. I did another short called Fate, which was also here that year at the Morehouse Fest. But that actually freed a man from prison, which was a really amazing thing to have somebody serving life and you do a story and it gets them out of prison. And then Birth of Nation, which, being part of Nate Parker's film as a producer and, doing script notes for that project and the impact it had, I guess, was really special. So those kind of run together. I'm hoping that I have some more.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Oh yeah, we know more coming. All right, Mr. Brian, let's
Is it me?
pass it to you. Yes, sir.
Hey everybody, thanks for being here. My name is Brian Edgiston. I am currently a supervising producer and a writer on a show called The Game, which is on Paramount Plus with CBS Studios, and also developing an animated series adapted from a young adult novel called Cookies and Milk, which is based on the father and son dynamic of the father of with the kid and the father who is the guy famously known as Famous Amos Cookies, and that's with Disney, and Cinema Gypsy over with Lawrence Fishburne. My first feature is coming out in next April with MGM and some other things, some other projects that I've written way back when. But my biggest challenge is helping my son, Zachary, in his soccer career. So that's what I'm doing. My favorite body work today was probably Ozark. I love everything about Ozark. Me personally was probably my grandmama's eulogy. That made its way to NPR. So that's it. The end.
All right.
Oh, it was hysterical. No, it was hysterical. Trust me, it was hysterical.
Okay, I guess everyone can hear me, I guess so. I'm Walter Allen Bennett, Jr. I guess I go really old school. My background is pretty much as a television writer and as a playwright, mainly. And so I go back and forth on a lot of those. And I go really old school. One of the favorite projects that I worked on in the very beginning of my career was The Cosby Show. And
Give it up for the Cosby Show.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, classic.
Yes.
so that was really important to me because it was such a game changer with regards to how images were reflected in television and film. And at that time, of course, we didn't even could be a doctor, and an attorney in a household. The next I'm out was a play that I worked that I made turned into a screenplay. Yeah, I'm going in and out, right? Wait, okay. It's a play that I wrote called "And Then Came Tomorrow," which chronicles the moment. It takes place the week before Barack Obama is elected president of the United States. And it talks about that moment, and we seem so far back, it seems like history now, but a long time ago. But that was and still is a very important for me. And currently, I have a deal to write a short series and actually a feature. So that's where I am right now.
All right.
That's what.
Nice. Thank you, guys. So let's talk about starting your journey. You all have amazing careers. How did it start for you? I know some people, and we'll say starting as writers, some people stumble upon opportunities. Some people happen to get put on by other people. There's writers' rooms. There's people who start as writers' PAs. How did your individual writing careers begin?
I actually went to a small HBCU in Raleigh, North Carolina, called Shaw University.
Shout out to Shaw.
Yes.
And I was brought about, I was at 17, that's when I wrote my first play. And I was an actor at the same time. So I was doing everything at the same time, acting, writing. And I thought I was going to be an actor. And I went to New York, and I was an actor in New York, and I worked with a lot of great actors, Keith David, everybody. We did, NEC, American Place Theater as an actor. But then I started to see that I was playing the same role over and over again. I was playing the hood, and I didn't want to do that anymore. And so I started to lean more into my writing. Eventually ended up at Yale School of Drama for playwriting. And while I was there, I got my first writing deal with MGM. And before I could even graduate, I went straight to The Cosby Show. And then everything just kept going.
So your first staffing job was on Cosby?
That was my first
Wow,
job.
that's massive.
That's a way to start. Nice. Brian, I'll pass it over to you.
Sure. I guess my takeaway is that if the way I got in is a way to get in, anybody can do it. My background is a mechanical engineer. I got an engineering degree from Tennessee State University, worked as an engineer for 7 years. But all the time I was writing novels while I was in school as well. So my mom put me in these reading and writing concentration camps as a kid, and that's where the flair sort of started. And when the plant was closing, instead of finding another engineering job, I just started writing full time. I wrote and published 6 novels. One of the producers at Tyler Perry Studios got me in for a writer's room audition, which it only exists there. That's the only place in the world they do it. And it was sort of like Squid Games for writers. You might have gotten killed on your way out. You might have survived. And I survived. There were 10 people. No, everybody was from LA and New York. I was the only person from Atlanta. I was the only person to get hired. And my first time in a writer's room was 5 writers, 25 episodes in 3 months. It's not the best way to make TV.
Oh, man.
But it is the only place on earth where you can go to a real-time, pressure-packed writer's boot camp. And when you come out, if you survive that sort of cauldron and that baptism by fire, you come out as what I call a 3-tool player. You're good in the room, you're strong on story structure, and you can deliver a solid first draft overnight if you have to. So I took that scenario, and then I went to work on the Quad on BET for 1 hour. And then when I got there, it's like, oh, you got 6 months to write a whole series. I was like, how long?
It's easy.
Wait a minute. Well, what we gonna do before lunch? Because by this time we through, right? And then from there went on to NBC and Perfect Harmony. But again, that training ground of just brutal writing circumstances. It just gave me all the confidence in the world.
You were ready for anything after
that. I could do anything anywhere. So yeah, that's how I got in. A crazy way. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody, but I survived, yeah.
Amazing. Course, I'll pass it to you.
Yeah, if you can hear me, if he said anybody can do that, then I must be under the anybody can do, because I had no professional experience whatsoever. I really just felt like I had a call, and I just was, I ended up pitching a story. I was in the music business, pitched a story to a guy. My boss at the time said, hey, don't talk to him. He's my uncle, but he's racist, he's atheist, and he's blind, so he won't like you because you got faith and you're black. So, and so I kind of beeline to the kitchen directly to talk to him because people who know me say if you tell me not to do something and it kind of doesn't sound right, I'm probably going to do it. So I went to talk to him, and basically I pitched him a hip-hop version of like Jesus Christ, starring Mos Def. Maybe I did it to irritate him. I don't know, but I was kind of trying to see his reaction and see what he thought. And at the end of the conversation, he grabbed me, and then he says, "Hey, for lack of," he said, "Hey, I was a atheist. I don't think I am anymore." And I was like, "Okay." He was like, "Hey, I was racist, and I don't think I am anymore." He's like, "For lack of a better phrase, I was blind and now I see." And he just said, "Hey, man, I went blind in a movie theater. I wasn't always blind. I was watching like Before Sunset with Ethan Hawke or something." And he was just like, "I went to see black, and honestly, I just been mad at black. So black people are black in my world, so I became racist." And he was just like, "Come live with me. I used to be a screenwriter. I want to teach you how to write. Come to New York." And I was like, this is crazy, but I'm not going to New York with the guy who was like formerly a racist to live, but maybe I should do this. And so that kind of set me off on a journey to try to figure it out. And I ended up getting a writing deal. There's a longer story, but I went to LA, ended up working for Martin Lawrence on a show called First Amendment Stand Up. Ended up doing that show, working my way up, ended up getting to writing and directing and doing some things behind the scenes, doing sketch comedy. We worked on a whole season, but unfortunately, before we got to that last season, the show format was changing and they canceled the show. So got a lot of experience, stayed on that show for a long time, so 4 seasons was a long time. I learned a lot, and that kind of set me off on my journey. So I ended up getting a deal with Columbia, Sony, for some scripts I wrote, and that set me on a trajectory. I jumped out of the deal, met Nate Parker, started writing for him, started first ADing for him, helped him with the short film. That turned into a feature film that he ended up getting produced. That led him to ask me to work on Birth of a Nation. You know, we won Sundance and had a tragedy with Sundance, but it was still a great experience, and that kind of shot me in my trajectory.
Yeah.
Two things. I would watch Mos Def as Jesus Christ
Any day.
every day of the week.
I would too.
And two, it sounds like Dave Chappelle skits sold your story about the blind racist.
Oh, really? I never heard this one. We're going to have to talk outside.
You absolutely have to. That's a classic.
Clayton Big.
Oh, Clayton Biggs. I never thought about that.
You did it
But
first.
he was white. He was black. You know, this guy was a white guy.
Sounds like he owes you some money.
He stole it from me.
He stole it from me. I've talked to Dave about that.
So no, I love to hear that there's no set path for this. There are so many different routes you can take to end up in the places that you're at. So I love that. And for anyone here who is writing, just know that there's no set path. I wouldn't compare yourself to anyone else because everyone's journey, as you can hear, is completely different.
I think the takeaway is that just get in where you fit in. You know, the
Exactly.
old route was that you became, you know, a writer's room PA or a writer's room assistant, and you sort of toiled and worked your way up, waiting for an opportunity. All that's changed now.
Yeah.
Like, people have access to Final Draft, and we're shooting movies on phones now. My man shot a trailer of reimagining Bel Air, and look where he is now.
Exactly.
And boom, there you go.
I just want to say, one of the things that I would always talk about with my students is that I would tell them that everybody has their story.
Yeah.
Everybody's, it's great to hear how everybody moved along, how it happened for everyone, but it's not going to happen like that for you because you will have your own story, and it will, if you keep at it, it'll be a wonderful story that you'll like to tell.
I love that. So speaking of your own story, as writers, how much of yourself, of your situations, of your life experience, do you put into your writings? And anyone can take that.
I do a lot. Personal, a lot of personal stuff goes into my writing. It seems like most people do that, but again, I don't know, I kind of have a life that kind of feels like a movie sometimes, and so This particular script that set me off on the journey was partially a true story. And in fact, I ended up, after Birth of a Nation, I got with David Goyer and a guy named Kevin Turin, Kevin Turin's now producing Euphoria, and he did Malcolm and Marie with John David Washington of Morehouse here. And, David Goyer's done Blade trilogy, Batman, Dark Knight trilogy, wrote Dark Knight, Batman Begins, and I think he did something story on Dark Knight. But either way, those guys kind of picked me up on a story that was personal to me, and it led me to getting a Lionsgate deal, which I have now. Not even with them, I ended up, it just put me on a trajectory, and that set me off into this deal I have with Lionsgate as a writer, producer, director. And that story was just a very personal story. And it was still fictional, but it just had a lot of what embodied me as a person. It's about a guy who's a fisherman who gets, trapped underwater for 3 days trying to survive in an air bubble. It sounds like it couldn't be my story, but it just, there's an aspect of faith and an aspect of trying to survive that goes into that. And I've had a lot of that in my life, whether being homeless or, fighting through adversity, different things. So.
Nice.
It makes me think about one of the first screenplays that I wrote was called More Than a Friend. And growing up, I had this dog. Okay, I'll go there. I had a dog that I had from second grade all the way until my second year of college.
Wow.
And then I had to put the dog down because it got so old.
Yeah.
So I wrote this script about this young woman who, she wanted a dog all her life and everything like that, and she got this dog. She wanted a bike, but she got a dog instead. Her parents didn't have money. They get her this dog. She had the dog like I did for a long time, and it was time for her to put the dog down. But her life was a mess. I mean, her life was a complete mess. And she was going to take the dog to the vet the next day. But that night, the dog turned into a young man. And of course it freaked her out, but she realized it was her dog. And she was demoted on her job as an advertising accountant and put on a dog food account. So her dog helped her, in fact, her dog was hired above her to handle the account. And so I was playing with a lot of different things about women in the workforce and how even for your pet, if it turned into a male, could advance above a woman. Man. And so it was playing with all of that. And then the dog could not understand why she couldn't get her life together. But then his illness started to come back again. And of course, you know how these stories go. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, he helps her to find herself. And then he turns back into a dog again. And, but the passion that came from me having a dog that I loved, and then being able to tell many stories within that. And it was funny, but it talked about how difficult it is to be a human, how difficult it is to be a woman, and how difficult it is to be a good friend. So all these things, the reason why I say this is that I was all over that script. I was all in that script. But I bet you could never find me in that script as, this black guy who was, he wasn't in there. So.
Wow, no, that's amazing.
What was the name of that story? What was the name of the script?
It was called More Than a Friend.
More Than a Friend. And you said this was a play?
It's a screenplay I wrote for MGM.
Oh, wow. Man, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, right?
Why have we not seen that? Why are we not watching that on repeat?
You all know how it works when you work with a studio.
Yeah, yeah. So interesting you bring up studio. With trying to bring yourself and your authentic voice to projects, how do you navigate those parameters of the studio? Because of course if you're hired in a writer's room, you're writing for someone else. But how do you still make sure that Brian still exists in this story, that Walter still exists, that Coors is still here somewhere in someone else's story?
It depends on how big the check is.
Okay.
I mean, because the business part of it is that once you option it or once they buy it, they own it. Okay. So a lot of it deals with how you approach people and the kind of relationship and the way you fight for things. If you are a tyrant,
Yeah.
and you're very difficult to work with because you have a specific vision and you want to see this thing come out a certain way, if you go into the studio, just rah, 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 I want it this way, you're going to have a problem, and at any moment they can replace you and bring in another writer and do what they want.
Yeah.
So you have to ask yourself, what's more important, doing exactly how I want or staying on this journey and seeing as much of my vision on paper as possible? As an example, when we were on set filming the movie this summer with MGM, and the actor wanted it done a very certain way, and the studio had given very specific instructions. We don't want to change this. We don't want to change that. And the actor came in and said, I want to change all of this. And so here I am in the middle, and so I have to sort of be the arbiter of what the script is and what the actor wants and what the studio wants.
Yeah.
And what I wanted, because I had a very specific vision of how I saw this thing coming. I went and found the project. I went and did the research. I went and optioned it from the real life person. So I was very much invested in it.
Yeah.
But I wanted to see it through it to the end. So I walked a very, very tight rope between pleasing the studio, pleasing the actor, and also not giving up my passion and my vision for the project. Writers get thrown off projects all the time. It's very easy to replace a writer, so you should not think yourself so high, unless you become an Aaron Sorkin, or unless you become, an Issa Rae, and you can tell people what to do. But you have to sort of, really be good at navigating turbulent waters in what you want to get and what you're willing to give up, if that answers your question
Yeah,
at
no,
all.
definitely.
First, I will say, I'm piggybacking here with Brian in a way where I'd say, well, thank you to all those tyrants out there, because it's how I've kind of made a success and made my way. Is people get pushed off projects, I get a call. So for you guys,
Corey Jones, go. Are you available?
hey. And it happens that way, and sometimes I don't even know that's what's happening. And I've got a project, and later like, hey, yeah, Seinfeld writer was doing this, and you're like, really? Like, you want me? Okay. In these situations, they do happen. I think what I've learned is I have projects that are my projects. They're my projects. But when people hire me and I accept that job, if you say put a pink unicorn on page 78, I'll put a pink unicorn on page 78. I will say to you, I don't think you need a pink unicorn on page 78. I don't know why you want it. It's not going to help the story, but I will do it because this is what you paid me to do, right? And so a lot of times when I do that, people are like, you know what? Let's not do that pink unicorn. Thanks for saying it that way, right? And that works too, but it happens.
Or the other part is in the dark of night, you're writing like, God dog it, the pink unicorn works. I made it work. Because you're that good.
Well, I was going to say, sometimes these things you find a way. Because as a writer, right, you want to find a way to make something work and make sense. That pink unicorn might turn into a little girl bringing a stuffed animal, right? Yeah. But you'll try and figure out a way because you're a writer. I mean, I've had notes. I remember a guy, he didn't read the script. He said he read the script. But his note, it came back to the producer. The producer comes back to me. He's like, hey, he said, put a bear on the beat. I was like, what? Put a bear on the beat? Like, what? Out of 110 pages, we got a bear on the beat? What does that mean, right? And but some people have a job, and they have to do that job by giving you notes and instructions, right? And if they don't do that, they're not doing anything in their mind, right? And so somehow you try to figure it out. In that case, I was like, I need more. I need to understand. We get a page number, can we get an act? But yeah, you're gonna get some weird stuff. You're gonna be asked to maybe compromise. But if you for me, when I make a decision to say, hey, this is what I'm doing, I make it clear how I feel, express, my ideas and my visions, and then I'm open to whatever changes you want to make, because as long as I'm getting my money.
Yeah.
So.
My guiding light for that has always been, at the end of the project, you're going to get another project, and all these executives, these studios, somebody's going to call them and ask them, how was Brian to work with?
Yeah.
Because that's going to be your next job. And if they say, Brian took the script and he went to the bathroom with it and never came back again, you're probably not going to get hired. But if you say, Brian had a vision, he was very easy to work with, and he just sort of really developed relationships, you're probably going to get to the next project, and you're going to keep elevating that way.
So have any of you experienced that yourselves? You know that there was that referral of, oh, I did this last project, I knocked it out the park, everybody was talking about me, and I got a call to come do something else from that.
That really that's how your career really works. But work begets work.
Mm-hmm.
And you move along and move along. And, the hard part of that is that say you break in doing comedy. Well, you're going to get a lot of comedy calls. If you break in doing drama, you're going to get a lot of drama calls. It's going to be up to you to write what we call speculative scripts that you write, not necessarily of other shows or other films, but just so that you can show who you are, and so that you have other samples out there, so that they get another side of you. We talked about earlier about everyone shooting everything on anything like cameras and phones and everything like that. There's a sense of independence now that you really, 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 you cannot wait to get hired. You have to go out there and do things. And if you can't do it by yourself, there are like minds where you have friends and you have people who want to make product, make things happen. So you really, really, really have to do that for yourself. There's one thing I want to say, working in a studio situation, is that of all of us up here, if a studio had a project, and they do this, and they call us all in, and they want to interview us to see who's the right person for a job or a script that they want written, be yourself, because that's what they're hiring. When someone's talking about putting a pink, what was it you said?
Pink unicorn.
Pink unicorn.
Pink unicorn. Each one of us would put a pink unicorn in there a different way.
True, very true.
We would find our truth and go, this is what makes it work. And that's why they choose who they want, because of what you bring to the table, who you are. So always bring that to the table.
My pink unicorn, we live in a pink trap house, by the way, just FYI.
Dude, I love that. Yeah. And I want to say, I think it is really important to be yourself. I have a friend who I know, he may be at the festival today or soon, but and I know he's on a panel somewhere in the festival, but we worked together. He got a deal. I helped him produce something. He got a deal. He got a few deals. I mean, a few. Let me tell you, he got writing deal after writing deal. He's written stuff. It didn't come out yet. And I'm telling you, all I can say, I'm not going to speak for him, but he got some deals. And a lot of times, they called him into the room with some very, very high-quality guys and professionals in this industry, and he was just starting out. And it might be a story about jail, and guys are going on how they do it. And he just come in yeah, my man's in jail. Yeah, he killed somebody, and we was riding together, and I was had a gun charge. He just go into this whole street life thing, and that street life thing sold him every time.
Wow.
And now he's sitting up with his own deal at Sony, pulling stuff together. You know what I mean?
He brought his authentic self to that role.
Exactly. Definitely a real thing.
Yeah, the thing you'll find out is that when you get into these rooms, when you're trying to get staffed or you're selling a show, they're not really buying the project, they're buying you. My nephew went out for his first staffing job. He said, "Hey, you got any advice?" Because I'm meeting with the showrunner. I said, "Well, you got the meeting with the showrunner because of your script. So they already know you know how to write. What this meeting is about to see what kind of person you are. If you are the kind of person they want to be in a room with for 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. So that speaks to being your authentic self. When you walk into a room and you pitch, a TV show or a movie, yeah, that's great. The script is fine, but we want to know what kind of person you are. What's your vision? What's your passion for the project? And what's going to take it over the top? So couldn't reiterate that more. Is to be your authentic self. Yeah.
That's amazing. I've never heard anyone talk about it like that. I've heard it plenty of times for actors. If an actor goes in the room, be yourself because that's what they want to see. But as a writer, I haven't heard the importance of that. So that's really
It
valuable.
starts with writing, right? I
Yeah.
mean, there's nothing without the writer, and I think, it's across the board. You know what I mean? I think that authentic self plays, as a director, I learned from other directors, a lot of times actors don't get parts not because they're not good. It's because a lot of directors don't want to spend 3 months with that person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
Right,
like,
makes
can
sense.
I do 8 weeks with you?
Mm-hmm.
Do I want to spend, 4 weeks? Producers, the same thing. Like, they're just like, again, some of these people are just friends. Half the time, I don't even talk about projects, and then you end up talking about life stuff and somebody's grandmother's in the hospital, or you're bringing them food, and then you're praying together or something and watching a show, and then you end up like, oh yeah, we got to write something. You know what I mean?
When I was interviewing, I met with the showrunner for Perfect Harmony, and I spent 3 days prepping. I had story ideas, I had themes, everything to pitch, and she just asked me about myself, and we spent a half an hour talking about how I've been to one family reunion every single year for every year of my life since I was a kid, and she was fast. We didn't talk about the show, the characters, or anything. And I called my manager. I was like, "Yeah, that was just a waste of time." She just wanted to talk to somebody. And at 12:14 a.m., she called, offered me the job, just based off of the conversation she had about my real life experiences. But it goes back to your question about how much of yourself do you put in your writing and your authentic self. Quinta Brunson has the hottest show on TV because that's her life. Issa Rae has the hottest show on HBO because that is her life. There's a show on Showtime called I Love This For You. Vanessa Bayer from Saturday Night Live. It's about a young girl who had leukemia, and she becomes a home shopping network seller. She had leukemia when she was a child. She's telling the story of herself, and that's what they buy into, the authenticity.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Let's talk about good writing. When you see
won't
it,
need me for this. I'm gonna go.
what excites you guys as writers when you're going through other scripts or seeing other projects and you see that one thing is like that this is a good script? What are those things that stand out to you? And I know that's kind of loaded. But what features stand out to you that just inform that this is a good story. This was crafted well.
Honesty.
Honesty.
It crackles through a script. Honesty. When a writer is genuine and you hear the voice of these characters that they are speaking, you can't even tell there is dialogue. You can't, it's just, and everything that they say and what they don't say. It's like when they don't say anything, it's like you go, oh, somebody could have put a line in there and it would have ruined the whole thing, but those honest moments, it jumps off the page, and I think it makes directors look at it, it makes actors look at it, and first they go, who is this person? Who wrote this? That's what gets me.
I love that.
Well, it's sort of the part of my engineering brain. I sort of figured out, what makes a great script and what makes people get into it. So here's the thing. Like when I go to lecturing classes, this is writing. Progress the story. Always move the story forward. Connect the beats. Make every single thing possible in your script connected one way or the other. And the other thing you alluded to is dialogue. You know, when I was a kid, I stuttered really, really bad, so I spent a lot of time not talking in my youth. And I listened to people, so I really picked up the ear for how people talk. And 90% of the times, people write the way we write. We don't write the way people talk. As an example, somebody come into a room and say, "Hey, why'd you eat my crackers?" "Ate your crackers? I didn't eat those crackers." As opposed to, "Why'd you eat my crackers?" "Fuck you talking to?" Like, that's how people really talk. Like, that's the difference in the dialogue. And as you're saying, it crackles. When you have that natural dialogue, like, the script just starts to sing. So that's really what I look for. And the other thing, the other trick that I have is figure out what the audience thinks is going to happen and go the total opposite way and figure out a way to do that. So when I'm reading scripts, if I see those 4 elements, like, oh, this person gets it, and I forget that I'm reading a story because I'm so into it.
Yeah.
So, like what you were saying, my crackers, the Z would start, you walk in, someone would just go, "My crackers." And that would be
Yeah.
it. That would be it. The whole room, everybody would know something's up.
I hear a laugh track right under that.
Is anybody seen The Wire?
Oh, yeah.
So one of the greatest scenes ever written, when Bonk and I can't remember the other guy, they go to this apartment to investigate, and the scene is about 2 or 3 minutes, and they both say one word. They both just say F-U-C-K, different versions for the whole scene. I was like, holy cow, who did this?
Wow.
Yeah.
I kind of, my favorite scene in The Wire is the opening scene. That opening scene of the pilot, and they're sitting there, and the guy got killed, they was rolling dice. And he's like, "Yo, what happened?" He's explaining the whole thing, and then finally, he's like, "But why did you guys do this? Why didn't you just tell them to leave the game or whatever?" He's like, "It's America, man." And I was like, wow, that's crazy. But yeah, I love The Wire. For me, I kind of developed this method personal to me. A friend wrote a book. He wrote this book. He studied like over 400 movies. The book is called Something Startling Happens. I went to that book and I read it, and he basically breaks down 120 beats, and he says all these movies have the same emotional beats. And I was like, there's some variances there, but I started to look at that, and I went back to look at stories that I had success with, and I found out that those beats were there. When I broke it down, it's like kind of page by page, right? And then I also, you kind of had a variance, so it could kind of float. But something startling happened meant that on page 8, usually something startling happens. That's whether it's a feature, a pilot, a short film, whatever, right? So I ended up developing my own outline, and I started to outline my stories this way and beat out my stories this way. And it would land me success, whether it was an Oscar-winning attachment or whether it was an Oscar-winning producer who, would hire me to write something, or whatever landed me to these particular deals. I just, finished writing a project I'm producing the project, but I finished rewriting, like a page 1 rewrite, which means you have to start over for Jamie Foxx. And that was like, I was blown away that I got a call to do that. And, but I used that method in the process, and they had gone through a series of rewrites. I got like 2 notes, you know what I mean? And I went back to the drawing board, and the way I am, I just polish something until it's time for that project to come out or I'm done with it. So yeah, for me, I follow that method, that beat, and those emotional beats. And as an emotional writer, whether I do comedy or drama, whatever it is, I look for those things, because in looking at this universal, place of movies, whether it be E.T. or Up or, School Days or, all these movies have these emotional beats I've seen in TV shows, et cetera. And so that's what I look at for me.
Yeah. Nice. Now, this was mentioned earlier, and I didn't want to bypass it. The Cosby Show was mentioned earlier. Legendary show that's a part of almost everyone's lives. Looking at that time and looking at now, what are some of the biggest changes you see as a writer, how the industry has shifted?
there's, and I talked about honesty and I talked about truth. More of, and I want to ask about this, that there's history now in work. And I don't mean people telling their history or anything like that, but we're getting characters who we know. You know, I grew up with that person, or I grew up that person, I grew up that person. And that is a door that actually opened up. You know, that was a step, and now we're getting, you know, the shows that are on now, the character, what we're allowed to do, and I hate to use that word allowed, but what eventually hits the air. But my main concern now is, where do we go now? Because there's a war on history right now. And there's a war on truth. So that's going to hit us some kind of way. You know, we talked about The Little Mermaid, we talked about Disney, we talked about all these different things, but, you know, we don't realize that in stories, older stories, back in the day, mermaids were black. No one knows that.
No?
Why don't you know that? You go, well, when I went to school, the teachers, they didn't talk about black mermaids. They didn't talk about, you know, there's certain things that that's the next step. You know, I think the Cosby cracked open the door. Now we're in here with truthful characters and everything that we're working on, lives and things like that. Now, how long will we be able to now crack open the door, break the door down, and really? There was this, and I'll just get on. There was this thing, and you probably saw it, where Tom Hanks was talking about Tulsa, and he gave the whole story about Tulsa, and he said, "I never heard that in school. Why didn't I hear about that in school? I grew up in Oakland.
Yeah.
I grew up in Oakland County." And I didn't hear about it until we were commemorating the 100-year-old guy who was one of the survivors of Tulsa. So that, to answer your question, I think the Cosby Show opened a door, and I think everybody else is just kicking it open and just everybody's going now.
Yeah.
But where do we go from? What's the next thing is? What's the next?
I think to add on to that, it's really representation. You know, the Cosby Show gave us a type of representation in the 80s that we had just not experienced before. You know, prior to that, one of the biggest things we had was Sanford and Son and Good Times, black folks doing bad and relishing in how bad they were doing. But all of a sudden, we have this representation, not just of black folks, but upper middle class black folks who are doing well. And now we see representation everywhere, and representation is the word of the day, because you look at a show like, you know, Reservoir Dogs on FX, and you also see Mo on Hulu as well. Now we're interested in knowing everybody's story, right? And having it told from their lenses, because that makes us all better. It gives us a glimpse into other people's worlds and other people's cultures, and that's how we understand and love each other. You know, that's how we understood that this doctor and this lawyer raising these kids were not so different from us. They had a kid who had dyslexia. They had somebody who's dealing with this kind of problem, that kind of problem, and it was just so inclusive. So when everybody's represented, which is what we're doing today, I think it makes media so much better.
Yeah, that's been a huge thing and a huge shift in the industry. With that, where do you see us 5 years from now? Because you asked the question, where do we go from here? Yeah. I would like to return that. Where would you like for us to go from here?
I think it kind of coincides with the last question. I think in order for us to make strides within the industry, in order for us to, you know, get to greater heights, we have to think deeply about the stories we're telling, but they have to be entertaining. And I think, we as black creators, a lot of the scripts that, I get to read or I have to read, a lot of them are exactly the same. They're exactly the same stories a lot of times because we're feeling a certain pain or we're going through something, but we forget that this is a business of entertainment. And so you have to figure out how to entertain people in telling your stories and how does that work. And obviously, there are going to be stories that aren't so happy, right? It just happens, right? But you want to be able to think about that. Like, how do I make this story work for the audience? How do I make this story work for the viewer? And I'll throw the name out. I know some people are not happy to hear this gentleman's name, and some people are, but Jordan Peele, for better or for worse, however you feel about his work, I think he's at least captured some form of how to entertain people. Sometimes story, can be a little interesting, but at the end of the day, there are a lot of creators out there who are making good stuff. I mean, all of us have watched, The Cosby Show, The Game. We've seen these shows. We're glad these shows are back. A lot of us, who support people. I know I'm a big supporter of Wendy Raquel Robinson, and she's made so many great strides for a lot of creators. People don't know that. Issa Rae, one of them, formerly known as Joe Issa to, many of her friends. But there are people working within the industry really trying to help people get out there and really trying to help people understand how this industry works and really want to tell great stories and are really rooting for you. And I think all of us are rooting for you as we continue to try to make strides in this industry ourselves. And so, again, in short, I just say try to write great stories, do things you want to do, but be mindful that it's a business and it's an audience. Because you can't get mad if you go to McDonald's trying to sell chicken. You know what I mean? They want burgers. And so you got to figure that out, right?
I think what it's going to look like is it's going to look like some hybrid of Quibi and TikTok. And here's why.
Wow.
I'm fascinated with TikTok because some of the best storytellers are on TikTok. In 60 seconds, they're going to give you a beginning, a middle, and an end, and the story's going to progress. There's either going to be drama or there's going to be comedy.
Yeah.
Every single time. And I always use my son and all his other buddies as sort of my litmus test. And I ask them, how much television have you watched this year? And the answer is the same all across the board. I don't even look at television. Everything, all the content I've consumed is on my phone.
Wow.
He went to one movie this year, and that was Maverick. That's because we all went. But other than that, he loves Boondocks. Boondocks has great storytelling. It's funny, it's animated, but he watches it on his phone.
Wow.
The next generation, they don't care about the TVs. They don't care about the movie theaters. They're consuming content in their own personal space, and I think we have to really pay attention to that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's powerful. That's really important.
Are we having questions? Because I know we're about to run out
About
of
to
time.
say, we can definitely open it up. Anyone in the audience have any questions for? Yeah. Oh, it's over there. Look at me.
So your name and your favorite movie or TV show?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Emmanuel Layla Holly. I'm a senior communications major from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. My favorite TV show right now is Flatbush Misdemeanors on Showtime Television. My question to you all would be, what sign or what should we get when we see shows like, Bust Down and Flatbush Misdemeanors be canceled, after receiving like cult success, people like, saying that they relate to them and things of that nature? What should young writers, young creators take away from like, seeing things like that progress?
What's the name of the show again? You say Bust Down?
Oh yeah, Bust Down. Yes, sir.
It's the business. There are so many things that lead up to a show getting canceled that we're just not privy to. The world was up in arms when Watchmen did. I'm sorry, Lovecraft Country didn't come back. But we don't know what the production was like. We don't know if they were over budget, if they were past the schedule. We don't know how the showrunner got along with the executive. We don't know how the actors got it. So there are so many things. And with so much content now, a studio or network's like, problematic. Okay, we're going to move on to the next thing. So, shows getting canceled it's always been just sort of a mystery, so to speak. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you again.
Thanks for
Yeah.
coming. Yeah.
Definitely. I was just gonna say sometimes we can take those things personal and feel like, this is like a show for us and it's going away. But when you get that feeling, you kind of look at the cancel list and you'll see a ton of, white shows are gone too. It is a business, and sometimes we see the numbers, but like he said, you don't know who went over budget, and somebody might have 50 million, and that 50 million turned to 100, and now that 100, that extra 50 doesn't work for a new season.
Yeah.
It's over. You spent second season, right? And so you just don't know.
There's one thing I want to say. UCLA has the Ralph Bunche Center, and each year they do the numbers about how many writers of color on the show, and they've been tracking this for years now, and what the percentage of WGA, and you would think now with everything that you watch that those numbers have increased, but it's just at times the chairs are being moved around on the deck and new people are in the chairs where the percentages have really, really not spiked up that much. So with regard to what's on the air, the thing is, again, we do have a ton of outlets right now. I mean, every place, you talking about on the phone, everything. But it's interesting when you go to the Emmy Awards or whatever, there's still a sprinkling. And it's reflective of how far have we come along with regards to mainstream, I hate to use mainstream, but being, have we moved the marker that much? And it's a question, have we? And that goes to shows being canceled or shows being picked up and shows, all that stuff. So.
Yeah. I believe we have time for one more quick question. Yes, sir.
How you guys doing? I'm Andre McCoy. Actually got a film being screened here this weekend. But my favorite show right now on TV is probably This Is Us. So I have a question for somebody. I didn't go to school for this. So for somebody who didn't go the traditional route, as a lot of you guys say, some of you did, some of you didn't. But what is materials that we could be reading on just to perfect our craft? I know you said you gave us a book earlier, but is there any other materials that you're like, this is a must-have for writers just to get better? Because, just to perfect our craft on our own time.
Definitely. I didn't take a traditional route either, but, just one, there's a lot of things now. You can do master classes, right? Spike has a master class for like $90. Why not? I think you can get like all the master classes for $180 now. I don't think there's a better education than to sit down with Aaron Sorkin, Spike Lee, and like Issa Rae, and like I forgot who else is on there, Shonda Rhimes. Like it's like everybody's on there, and you can watch them, right? So that's one. But books, Story by Robin McKee, I really love. You can get it in an audio book. I have it. I've listened to it in the car. Whatever. Sometimes I turn it on, fall asleep to it, and I've listened to that book over the course of years. People love Save the Cat. I wasn't an initial fan of Save the Cat, but there's something about that beat and that outline structure that Hollywood really loves. And it's kind of saved me on a few jobs where I just say, you know what, I'm on a third act, Save the Cat this thing, just to get them what I know they want. And when you study these kind of formulas and breakdowns, the bottom line is you want that call, you want to get a call back, you want to get whatever is next, you want to get that big opportunity, whatever's happening, right? And so Save the Cat, Something Startling Happens is a book I recommended. And there was another one, I think Screenwriting by Sid Field is a good one. Those are good ones I would recommend.
Can I just say one thing? One of the most important things, read screenplays. Read them. Read some screenplays. Just keep reading them. And write. Just keep writing. And write not as if you want to sell something. Write as if you want to write something. And write and write and write and write and write.
Love that. Love that.
Find your favorite movie, go find the script, read the script, and understand why it works. And look at the script as an algorithm. If, then, else, then this will happen. And just go through that entire script like that. And like I said, just keep reading scripts and write one. I mean, you can watch soccer and football and baseball videos all day long, but until you go out there and practice, you're not going to get any better at it. You're going to write one, it's going to be terrible, write another one. It's going to be not as terrible, and just keep going. Will Packer said, go out there and make something. It's going to be a hot mess. He says, the first movie I produced, Chocolate City at FAMU, was a hot mess, but then we made another one, and then we made another one, and we made another one, and you just keep going, and that's practicing the craft. You just got to keep doing it.
I'll just add one more thing to that, to both of them. Try watching a scene from your favorite movie, pausing every frame of that scene and writing it, and see how you interpret it, and then go look at the script. I've done that, and it works wonders. I mean, in terms of how you write. So, scene from your favorite movie, pause it frame by frame, write it out yourself, look at the script.
Appreciate it.
Alrighty, you guys. Well, that is our writers panel. I'm very, very happy to have shared the stage with these gentlemen. I hope you guys took something from this. They were dropping gems the entire time.
We'll have 20 seconds from a man right here who was standing up. We'll have 20 seconds for him. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Just Debo the mic.
Let's
Y'all
squeeze
gonna
it out.
take my
Let's squeeze
question.
it out. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the time. My name is Brian as well. And my question is for Brian and Chords. You guys mentioned something in passing. You're working on a film about a guy that was in an air bubble on seawater. I'm from Nigeria, so I know exactly who you're talking about. Brian, you mentioned something about getting an option. Option is something. So how do you guys approach that? Because there's two ways you can approach it. Option it from the real life person, or go the Hulu way with the Mike Tyson story. How do you guys approach it?
I do a lot of life right stuff, just in general. So I just reach out to people. I talk to them. Sometimes, I tell them what I'm trying to do, what I have done. I got the Tamir Rice story doing that with Samari Rice and her mom. That particular story, I did reach out to Harrison Okene. Started with him, but then kind of decided he wanted to do something different. I actually had a friend who ended up dying on a ship which capsized, and that kind of inspired me to write it myself and just write my own version of a story. So that was where it was personal to me, because I lost a friend that way, and so that was part of what inspired me to do that. But I just get life rights all the time. Like I just reach out to people, and usually it works for me.
Great question. I'm going to try to do a condensed answer. Think about all the great things that you have, everything that you can offer, what you want to do, and your passion about it, and use that as your own superhero cape. Okay, so the movie that I have that MGM is releasing in Easter, there was a guy. I was taking flying lessons. There was a guy on a plane, and I was listening to audio to try to learn how to talk to the air traffic control. There was a guy on a plane. The pilot died 5 minutes into the flight, and he had to land the plane safely with his wife and 3 kids on board. I heard the story, I was moved, and I tried to find this guy, and I couldn't. I looked all over the place. I couldn't find him on the internet. I couldn't find his email. So I found a P.O. box that he had in Archibald, Louisiana. And so I wrote this guy a letter, the old-fashioned way. I said, this is who I am. This is what I do.
Yeah.
I'm a man of faith. I believe in this story, and I would love to tell it. Would you consider it? I mailed it on Thursday, and he called me on Sunday. We had a 1-hour conversation, and I just told him my passion for the project. I told him who I was, what I'd done. He had not heard of me. He was this good old boy from down the bayou who loved Donald Trump. We were from 2 different worlds, but we came together out of love for this one particular project. But the takeaway is, don't think of yourself so small that you can't go out and get the option for something.
Yeah.
So I sent this guy, the option said, hey, it was basically a one-form agreement that says, I want to try in earnest to try and get producers, production companies, and networks to make this story. If we do that, we would then negotiate in good faith later on. And so at that point, you have it locked up. You own it. You have the option. Nobody else in the world can shop it. And that's all you need, because that's your leverage, that's your chip to go talk to production companies, to go talk to actors and whatnot, because you have what they call an IP. And when you option the IP, that gets you closer to the front of the line. Does that make sense at all? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the time.
Amazing. Alrighty, guys, give it up for our amazing panelists. Thank you so much for having us, gentlemen.
Thanks for
Thank
coming.
you
We
for
appreciate
being
it.
here.
Hey, shout out to my son Zach, who got kidnapped. He know he was coming today. Shout out. What's up, Zach?
Shout out to my dad. I see a couple friends out there too.
Let's give this panel another round of applause. Thank you so much. We're going to take a 15-minute intermission, and you all can go out in the lobby, stretch your legs, and then we'll come back to get started with the Southern Documentary Funds workshop, panel discussion. 10 minutes. I stand corrected.
sorry. Two. So this one actually gonna go away. I think I'm at. Check. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2. Hey. 1, 2. Hey. 1, 2. 1, 2. All right. So you mute 13. I'm just gonna pull it. You muted 13. 13 is mute, right? Okay, I'm gonna pull it off.
Hello. Hi, my name is Anjanette Levert, and I'm a professor of documentary film over at Spelman College. So listen, so today we're really in for a treat. We definitely have some heavy hitters on this panel, this documentary panel. So, really this panel is gonna be professionals coming together to really talk about how we can create social change through images and through making nonfiction documentary films. So the subjects, so the people who are going to be coming out, they'll be discussing, impact, outreach strategy, partnerships, and also engaging with the media. So we're going to be talking, or they're going to be talking about a lot of things. So I am actually here to introduce the moderator. Chris Everett is from Southern Doc Fund out of North Carolina. He's an independent filmmaker, producer, and curator. And he's actually based in Wilmington, North Carolina. This is Chris. So So he's also the program manager at the Southern Doc Fund and is the founder of Speller Street Films and Black Kung Fu Cinema. I couldn't help myself. So he's a recent Firelight Media Doc Lab Fellow and is the guest curator at the Cary Theater in Cary, North Carolina for the Kung Fu film series. His debut film documentary, Wilmington on Fire, chronicles the 1898 Wilmington Massacre. He's currently in post-production on Wilmington on Fire, Chapter 2, and also Grandmaster, the Vic Moore story, which looks at the life and teachings of martial arts pioneer Grandmaster Victor Moore. And so without further ado, Chris Everett, thank you.
Thank you guys again for joining us. My name is Christopher Everett with the Southern Documentary Fund, and we're proud to host and sponsor this panel. And also after this panel, we want you guys to join us in the lobby for a mixer. So we got drinks, food for you guys. Definitely chop it up with us. If you're a documentary filmmaker, just pull me to the side and just, we can talk about how Southern Documentary Fund can help you with your project. Because we just try to elevate Southern documentary storytellers and documentary storytelling. But I want to introduce the rest of the panel that we have today. We have here, we have Alam Wark Davidian. She is an Ethiopian-Israeli film director. Her directorial debut, Fig Tree, was an Ophir Award nominee for Best Picture in 2018. Her film, With No Land, is an official selection for the 4th annual Morehouse College Human Rights Film Festival.
Thank you.
Next with us, we have Mickey Harris. Mickey uses a journalistic approach to understanding the cultural context of community, both past and present, through the use of innovative visual storytelling. She is a multimedia journalist whose work over the past 20 years has focused on community-based power and examined through the tools of journalism and cultural studies. She uses storytelling to shift perspective in dynamic ways that both preserve and carry culture. She uses oral history, documentary photojournalism, and video, as well as writing to document and shape stories of impact. Her article and photos in National Geographic provide a look into this work. Next, we have Hal Jacobs. Hal brings a career in freelance writing and developing written and video resources for higher education into film work that focuses on arts, social justice, and the environment. Hal's film, Common Good Atlanta documentary, is an official selection also for the 4th annual Morehouse College Human Rights Film Festival. He lives in Decatur, Georgia, with his wife, Alicia, who is a librarian at Fernbank Elementary School and often a contributing editor for a lot of his projects. Next, we have Darisha Kai. Darisha is an Emmy Award winner who writes, produces, and directs documentary and narrative films and all kinds of television in Spanish and English. A natural-born storyteller, she made her first short experimental film, Schism, at the age of 16. As a graduate of NYU's Tisch School of the Arts, she was awarded a Tisch Scholars Fellowship and graduated with a degree in film and TV. Her award-winning student film, The Thinnest Line, helped her receive grants from the New York State Council on the Arts, New York Foundation for the Arts, and other foundations to fund her second film, Land Where My Fathers Died. Cool. Well, let's go ahead and get going with this conversation. Thank you guys for joining us for this discussion, exploring the many ways that documentary storytelling can create social change. And I guess we'll just start off, and we'll kind of go one by one. We'll start off with you, Darisha. Why is this type of documentary work important?
I think that storytelling in general is really important for us because we are hardwired for stories. It's the first thing we do with our children is we start telling them stories even before they're born. We start whispering stories to them in the womb. And it is the way we have passed on our history throughout eons, oral storytelling. And now we have a visual medium. And I think that one of the things that happens when you go to the movies is movies have this power to bypass your logical mind and get you on a subconscious level, affect you on a subconscious level. And so stories that are about people who change the system or who are game changers, right, have a very strong impact on us because we know they're real people, and so we identify with them, and they have a power to change us in subtle and powerful overt ways. And so I think social issue documentaries in particular have that power to help us bring about the kind of change that we want to see in the world.
I agree. Hal, what do you think?
Just to build on that a little bit, I think the power of the stories in the community we all know about, we've all experienced how a film can create movement and action in a community. And it occurred to me while watching our film, 2 o'clock, that the film empowers the people in the film, usually a group of people, a community of people, in a way that you really can't predict or plan for. But you see these people coming together, and sometimes people whose stories haven't been told, and you can see the effect that it has on them and their families, and how that ripples out to their children and to other generations. And then I would add the power of the story for you, the storyteller, the way you take it in, the way it transforms your DNA, the way it makes you a better person. And to me, that's just as valuable as the other elements, I think, of finding those stories that make you a better person.
Excellent. Mickey?
Yeah, I think a lot of students who come to Morehouse and are in the AUC or a number of places, when you come, you're taught to ask why. And when it comes to putting content out there, stories out there, whether you are the filmmaker or the audience, that question of why can be answered through documentary filmmaking. And as it relates to me, you just mentioned, I encountered something in 2017 where I felt like I didn't have any control of a disaster. And the only way I could work through it and feel like I could do something was through filmmaking. So we sometimes can be put in those situations where it's the reasonable answer because we have the ability to do it.
Cool. Alam work?
Okay, you say beautiful things that I also agree. What can I see? What can I say? I can speak about my last movie, Without No Land. It's a little bit history about Ethiopian Jewish history. Why to do such a kind of film? For me, it's there is in Ethiopian culture saying history is a stamp in your body. I don't know if you understand me, and you need, sometimes you don't know how to respond your body, but if you understand your history, because it's stamped on you, you can understand yourself. I hope you understand me. Because that, I think, Without No Land, it's very important to know our history, and who telling the history, bring our perspective of the history. It's very important. And of course, our life affected by our reality, but to build something new for the future, you need to understand your body, your history, and maybe you really succeed to say something that is worth it?
Excellent, excellent. Totally agree with everyone on here. You know, I'm a documentary filmmaker myself. Dorisha, she's like a mentor of mine as well. And, you know, I didn't realize, you know, some of the documentary work that I was doing was going to lead to change. And, you know, so we, you know, when we do these projects, I don't think that's the main thing why we do it. You know, we want to tell a good story, get these stories out here. But Dorisha, when you're putting these projects together, how do you actually find your stories? You know, like, how do you find, like, hey, this is the story I want to tell? And also, how do you get buy-in from those communities and the subjects as well?
Okay, so the first part of your question, how do I find the stories? I firmly believe that the story finds me, that I make it known that I want to tell a story, and then I just start looking, and then it lands, right? I find something that sparks an interest that makes me sit up and pay attention, and I think, oh, wow, that could be a great movie, that could be a great story. And then I feel like the story just kind of takes over my life, because they are such journeys, documentary films, you know, it took me 5 years to make my latest film, Mama Bears. And that story I found in an article in the Huffington Post. The film I made about Chavela Vargas, that story I found because I co-directed it with someone, and she had this footage that no one had ever seen of Chavela, and so that was like, oh my God, this woman's amazing, people have to see this. But for me, really, it's about the story dictating its medium and being a vehicle for the story to come through. I don't know what happened. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Hal, I know with your recent film that you had screened here, you know, it kind of deals with, you know, the prison system somewhat. How did you even find out about this story? And also, how did you connect with, you know, the subjects and everything?
That was a case where a friend of mine was involved in this program early on, and he's an indie musician who's always kind of out on the edge of things. And he was talking about going into the prisons and teaching writing classes. And I just thought, wow, that's something I never would have expected this guy to do. And I would just keep having these conversations with him. And at the time, I had a day job where it didn't allow me the kind of freedom to do a documentary. And at a certain point, I realized I needed to lose the day job and start going into these stories, you know, like they deserve to be told. So basically, I was dealing with people who never told their story, who didn't want to spend time and energy tooting their own horn, and did not even like to be out in front. And they're dealing with a correctional system that doesn't enjoy having their stories told out front. They had to be very, very careful. And over a period of 5-6 years, I kind of gained the trust and was able to tell the story, Common Good Atlanta.
Mickey, I know, you know, you have a background photojournalism, and now, you know, you branched off to doing film. Talk about some of your photojournalistic projects. You know, how did you come about doing those, finding those stories, and also with your film work as well?
With photojournalism, I was working in the newspaper industry, and oftentimes you could be assigned just daily assignments. And so the dream assignments in the editorial world is a documentary project. And it could be reading an article that's very short. One story I did was there was a little blurb about the country doctor of the year of 2005. And she was in Kilmichael, Mississippi. And so I was working with USA Today at the time and called Dr. Katrina Poe, and she said, you know, where are you gonna stay? Yeah, come to my town, stay in my house. And it was a week of shadowing her as the only doctor in a town, as the medical doctor, the retirement home, the sports on-call doctor, everything. And when I got there, no one had heard of USA Today. They thought I worked for Oprah Winfrey and welcomed me because they just knew they were going to be on Oprah's show. So just documenting Katrina was, for me, it's that experience of growth myself. connecting with people, getting access, and to the point where they forget you're there and allow you to do your work. And her stories has stayed with me, but she, being the only doctor, would often treat people that didn't want her to care for them because of race. And when they realized it was between death and her treating them, they would allow it. And she was the person that treated everyone no matter what, how they were, you know. So we had it was phenomenal. I still keep in touch with her and her small child who's now in college. I get updates on his football and academics. So for me, that documentary filmmaking process was natural, but it started with photos where I realized you need to gain access, establish trust, maintain that trust, and connect with people in a way that allows you to tell their story in a responsible way. So that's one story of many that stands out.
Cool, cool. Alam Wark, same with you. With your film that's screened here at the festival, how did you find out about that story? And how did you also, you know, gain the trust of the subjects that are in the film as well?
Okay, it's easy for me because my film is dealing about the Ethiopian Jewish immigrant to Israel. I also immigrated to Israel in 1991, an age of 11. So there is a storyline in, it was, you know, 30 years ago, during 28 years, the big operation to bring the Ethiopian Jews told, like the Israeli government do this big operation and doesn't tell the behind all Ethiopian activist history. So when I realized that in 3 years it will be 30 years and it will be a big festival about the operation and everything, and I said, okay, now this is the time really to tell the story. So so it's like was a mission. We must do that, and we know when it's supposed to be the broadcast. Also, the challenge thing was to write a story fast and to convince the main channel to give us the money. They supported us very fast. We got the money, so it was
Cool. I know, Darisha, you wanted to add on to your answer, your comment about gaining trust of subjects that are in your film.
Yeah, you asked me and I forgot that part. So for me, it all starts with, the initial outreach and just saying, hi, I'm me, and I'd like to tell a story about you, and are you interested? And then getting a response, usually through email, not always, sometimes a phone call, so, you know, just however I can find that person that I want to tell the story about. And then doing a pre-interview with them, if they're interested, to see if they are a likely candidate. You know, you need someone who is articulate, who is comfortable somewhat. Nobody's entirely comfortable in front of the camera, but there's a certain level of comfort that you have to have in order to be able to get to that next place, I think. And then is the story something interesting that will sustain an entire film, right? So I need to get a sense of, you know, where you are on your journey regarding, like, for example, with Mama Bears, it is about conservative Christian mothers who have upended their lives because they have accepted their LGBTQ children unconditionally. And so that kind of transforms everything in their lives. And I need to get a sense of, are you kind of an analytical person? Can you talk about it from different perspectives, right? Or not, right? Just so I know what I'm walking into. And then for me, the trust part is me being totally transparent with them. So for example, with this film, I'm not Christian. And so I would tell them that right up front, I'm interested in your story, and this is why I'm interested. I think that you are heroic. I think that the kind of transformation that you have undergone is hard, and I admire that. But I'm not a Christian, and I'm not going to try to tell a story. I want you to tell that part of the story. And they're like, fine. What is it you want the story to be about? I want the story to be about unconditional love because that's what I see in you. That's what I think motivated you. Is that true? And they're like, yeah. Okay, then we're on the same page. So do you want to do it? Yeah, let's do it. So then it's, getting out of the way, me getting out of the way, getting enough of their story through the interview process. But I usually start with verite so that they can get used to the camera being around. And so verite means we're just there like a fly on the wall, for those of you who don't know. We're not directing them, we're just shooting what's happening, right? Picking the right thing to shoot. But sometimes it doesn't matter, especially for those first couple of shoots, because really what I'm trying to do is just get them used to the camera. And what I learned to do is for me to leave. Not leave the set entirely, but to step out of the room and just let the camera person, mic them up so they can forget about the mic and put the camera person in the room and find the right camera person who knows how to kind of disappear. And once that happens, eventually, if the camera's on them long enough, they forget that it's there. And then they just are going about their daily lives doing their thing, right? Especially if I'm not there going, do this again, do that, right? But then when I have to do that, by that time, they're totally comfortable.
Excellent, excellent. I know the next question I want to kind of get, and anybody can comment on this next one. I know definitely probably in the audience for people that are doing films, doing documentaries, or thinking about it, is funding. There are many ways to fund your project, whether it's, your own money or getting lucky like I did a few times. I had an NBA player give me the money and some celebrities.
This guy.
Yeah. But I think, you have to put yourself in the position for that type of luck to happen. But any one of you guys can, take over about this. Like, what are some of the ways that you've been able to fund your projects over the years?
I'll start. Because this is the $20 million question, right? Where do you get the money? So mostly I've gotten my money from grant applications, writing grant applications and submitting them and waiting on pins and needles for months to find out if we got the money, right? And grant applications are helpful and problematic at the same time. I think they're helpful in that writing the actual grant makes you think through your project, because they're going to ask you about the audience, they're going to ask you about the marketing, they're going to ask you about your impact campaign, they're going to ask you about what your synopsis is. So you have to, even though we all know that what you write is not the film that's going to be on the screen, but you have to sort of envision, what do I want this film to look like? What are the themes? What is the beginning, the middle, and the end that I would like to have? Then, reality takes over, and then you just along for the ride, right? But so for me, it's been that, crowdfunding, and some donors, some rich people who love the idea, whatever it is, and want to support that. So those are the three main ways. Now I'm trying to get into corporate sponsorship, because I think, obviously there's a lot of money in corporations. So haven't cracked that egg yet, but I'm working on it.
All right. I think, Mickey, you was about to say something, or Hal, either one of y'all can start.
Sure thing. So with documentary photojournalism, that is a pitch that goes to a publication. And so the publication then funds the project. I'm in my first film, so that's completely self-funded. So I laughed because I don't have an answer. When I did apply for grants, the initial response was, create your first short, show us what you can do, and then ask for funding. But so I've been self-funding my first project, and now I'm in post-production.
Hal?
I've had some limited success with crowdfunding, and I'm building on that. People who donated to one of my first projects are now donating to my third, fourth project. So I'm building some relationships there that are helpful. And I've worked with nonprofit organizations who have a little money and who apply for grants, which I draw the line at I can't do grant writing and make films. I would rather do everything myself than write a grant. So I try to do as much as possible by myself with my own equipment, save all the money I can to avoid writing grants.
I feel you on that one. Alam Wark, how are some of the ways you funded some of your work?
Okay, in Israel we have different system of fund. We have a government fund from films and also channels. So I got funds from the government foundation fund and the TV channels. So actually, I feel maybe we have a nice system about that. Really, also as a government to recognize the importance of the creating stories. Yeah.
Cool. That's what's up. But yeah, I would say we're going to do one more question because we want to see if you guys have some questions as well. But this last question before we go to the audience with some of their questions, how have you guys been able to engage with audiences and communities? You know, some people do impact strategies, impact campaigns. I know with me, I just got on tour. I just did like a North Carolina tour. I just rented out venues and we just packed them out. You know, so what are some of the ways that you guys do that to connect with audiences and communities with your work? Dorisha, you can start and we'll just go down.
So I kind of have followed a pretty traditional route of doing the festival route first and traveling with the film. So not to every festival because they start, what's wonderful about the films is that they begin to have lives of their own. And at a certain point, hopefully, you can't keep up, right? So you can't go to every festival the film goes to because sometimes it's at 3 festivals on the same day even, you know? But so I usually start with the festival run. This film, Mama Bears, will be the first film that I've done an impact campaign for, and we haven't fully raised the funding for that yet, but our goal is to travel to churches and have conversations that are compassionate, safe conversations with congregations that are struggling with accepting their LGBTQ members. So that's a very targeted, specific audience, that community as well as the LGBTQ community, because one of the reasons I made the film, one of the reasons that I understood what the film could be and what it could do was because I had a conversation with a dear friend of mine who is here in the audience and came on board as an executive producer, Scotch Ellis Loring. And I told him about the existence of this group of moms who were conservative Christians who loved their children unconditionally, and he was so moved that he gave me the money for my first shoot. And so I knew from that point that this film could be really important for LGBTQ people who have been rejected by their parents and by their church communities. And so I want this film, it's very important to me that we use this film to engage people in dialogue and one of the things that I love about these moms who they've formed support groups on Facebook so they can connect with each other because, you know, they're spread all over the country. But one of the things that I love about them is that they are natural bridge builders between those two communities because they are evangelical, so they speak that language, that biblical language, and they have that understanding, but they've progressed, right, beyond sort of like a fundamentalist view. And so they can talk to those communities in ways that I will never be able to talk to those communities because, like I said, I'm not even Christian, so they're not going to listen to me. Why should they, right? But these women, they will listen to. And so it's really important to me that we get those women out to engage with these communities.
Excellent. How have you done something similar, you know, engaging audiences and communities with your work?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think each of my films have had a targeted audience. And so, and a lot of it's been educational market. And we know higher education has money to spend on screenings and fees, which is also a nice bonus. And the libraries will acquire the rights if they think their community is interested. And, you know, approaching the media, the local media, I'm a big believer in word of mouth. And church groups, organizations, they hear about it through newspapers and whatever, and social media, Facebook. You know, it's tapping into all those audiences. It's not like, I haven't been wildly successful at any of this, but it's enough to make me keep going. I'll just put it that way.
Gotcha. Mickey, how have you, with your not only your photojournalism but also your film work as well, engaged with communities and audiences?
I think I take my lessons from the journalism world in that I spend a lot of time in the community. So if I'm working on a project, I might have discovered or encountered the project because I'd been there for a few months or years working or volunteering or just spending time with people. So a lot of times when the work goes out, I stay connected so that you'll see me again in 6 months. You'll see me again in another year. And as we were talking earlier, I use oral history and recording people's narratives for research purposes, for history purposes, but also as a way to stay connected and, allow the work to not sit, but for the audience and the community to take it and move it forward.
Along work, how have you, with some of your film work, how have you been able to, get this to audiences that you want to see this? How have you been able to get your work out there to these communities and audiences?
Okay, actually, I make a big mistakes with no understanding about to whom I'm supposed to show the filming. I was working so hard on the film without thinking the next level. But with my new film, Other New, now this Honey Trap, I have a new movie. We build impact campaign, strategic during the editing time. It's totally a new thing, a new תהליך מחשבה חדשה. Yes, for me. Because I thought all the time, okay, I need to work very hard on the film. It's good, need to be everything perfect, but where is the audience? How I bring my film? Yes, of course, my film was been in a festival and broadcast, but it's not enough. I need to get to the people. So it's very hard work, actually.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah.
We got about 8 more minutes before we go to the mixer. We want to see if you guys have any questions for our panelists. Any questions? I think there's a mic right here. Who has a question? Right. All right.
There we go.
All right, cool. Hi, my name is Freddie Golden. I'm a freshman computer science major from Chicago, Illinois. I attend Morehouse College. My question to you all would just be, it's kind of a compound question. What motivated you to get into filmmaking? And then what keeps you motivated when things get hard in terms of funding or just finding the right story? Yeah, just what motivated you and what keeps you motivated?
I'm motivated by, well, I am a a person who loves to tell stories. I'm always like running my mouth and talking about something and telling some kind of story, and I love stories. So that's part of it, is my love for storytelling motivates me. And then, you know, the type of films that I tell, they motivate me. And then when I get discouraged, if I've already started filming, well, now I have a responsibility to the people who have entrusted me with their stories to see it through, right? And that motivates me, right? And then this idea that I think the film can do some good in the world, that motivates me. And that's how I keep myself going, you know, because there are times, you know, 5 years is a long time to give a lot of energy and time and of your life, right? So yeah, there are times when you just want to give up, but you have this responsibility, right? And then, you know, there's also just, what is it? Keep your eye on the prize. I keep my eye on that end goal, right? And I just imagine the audience and how it's going to affect people, and that motivates me.
Anyone else want to comment?
I would agree to all that. I would add on one thing about going out and getting out of my own bubble and joining a community for a brief amount of time. I don't want to stay in the community forever, but I do want to know what makes it tick, and I do want to have relationships that will, you know, last a long time. And then the motivating factor, the more you do it, the better you get at it. And so you're always looking for that next good story. I guess a hunter or a fisherman feels the same way, that you just want to keep pursuing the big story. And maybe you never get it, I don't know, but you keep trying.
Anyone else want to comment?
Yeah, I'll say something. You're a computer science major. When I came out of Spelman, I had a job where I designed software and was a computer programmer and learned a lot from that job. But what I realized was I had an interest in technology, but I was also a storyteller, wanted to be outside, a people person. And so I got into storytelling because I was able to ask myself, you know, who am I and how can I put who I am into my work? But beyond just telling a story, it's documentary filmmaking that aligns with who I am and what I love to do. So you want to ask yourself those questions about who you are and how you can put who you are into the work you do, even when you're designing and coding, or telling a story through the output of what you're designing and coding is helpful to keep you motivated.
Alam Ward,
Yeah,
what about you?
I agree with them. And also, I can say about myself, it's my desire to communicate with people. Film.
I know with me, man, you know, what motivated me when I would kind of get down and out, especially with my first film. You know, I was a first-time filmmaker. I didn't really have any money like that, but, you know, people would always kind of encourage me, said, man, you know, you're doing the right thing. We need someone to tell this story finally, you know, keep it going. And so those are kind of things that would motivate me. And then, like what Derisha was saying, you know, I'm obligated to do this now. I've already started filming. You know, I put years into it now. I got to finish it out. You know, whether what happens, I don't know what's going to happen, but I need to finish it and really get this story out here. So, you know, I just kind of use those type of things as motivation. And then, you know, also going to festivals as well. I think that really motivated me a lot, you know, talking to other creatives, talking to other filmmakers, you know, seeing what they do for funding, seeing what they do to get over some of these adversities as well. So going to different festivals helped me also, you know, gain some confidence in moving forward with my work as well. Yeah. We have any more questions? Any more questions? Oh, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Cavell Spermer Jr. I'm a freshman, pre-C10s major with a minor in sports, culture, and social justice through journalism here at Morehouse College. And I have a question for all the panelists. You guys touched on film, right? And like how you guys try to impact the world through social change. Why did you guys pick documentary filmmaking, and what draws you to creating more documentary style work? Because there's so many ways you can impact film. Why documentary?
Well, I've got something that I think is relevant to you because years ago I wrote a sports book about coaching baseball, being a dad coach with my 12-year-old son, and about how crazy and obsessive it made me through a season. And I spent 4 years working on the book, and things happened, but it never reached that level of success that I wanted. And around that time, filmmaking became very affordable. And I just went straight towards it. I mean, I had been a ghostwriter and had done some script writing, but filmmaking just, there's so many different skills that are involved in it, and it's just kind of magical when you shoot hours and hours and you get that perfect 10 seconds or 15 seconds, and you just get excited. I mean, it gives you a buzz, so that's my answer to that.
Oh my God, when you shoot hours and hours and you get that 10 seconds, you heard that, right? Because it's true. I don't just do documentaries. I make narrative films as well, and I've also worked in television. So for me, a good story is a story. So I want to tell a good story, and I'm going to use the medium that the story itself dictates. So certain stories lend themselves to documentary, and certain stories are meant to be written, and acted by actors. That's my philosophy as a storyteller, is I just want to tell good stories, so now I'll tell them however I can.
Anyone else want to comment?
For you, with storytelling, you want to think about the audience and how what the message is and how is it best delivered. So what's great is as a student, you're going to have plenty of opportunities to try different ways of telling stories. And it doesn't have to just be scripted versus documentary. There's such a mix and way of presenting stories on different platforms as well. For me, I like to observe and capture moments that play out in front of me without me narrating and directing the way but how people should be. So that's how I stepped into that aspect of storytelling.
Along what you want to comment?
Actually, I also do narrative films also. Documentary for me, it's a new field. I choose to do that because I'm a mother. It's more easier for me to do a documentary, but also very more difficult because you have מחויבות מוסרית הרבה יותר גבוהה. A much higher ethical obligation. In documentary, so for me it's more harder.
I know with me, it was, me to do documentary was a little easier. I didn't know as much about narrative. But at the end of the day, you're telling a story, and I was telling Mickey earlier backstage that I'm actually thinking about exploring, audio recording, documenting, oral histories, with my grandparents and some older folks in the community. Maybe do some photography projects. One is a lot cheaper, and when you do a film, it could take you 5-10 years to do a film sometimes. And I was like, you know what, these people might not be along, around that long. So, really it's just about finding your own niche, you know what I'm saying? Whether it's narrative, documentary, film, photography, audio, really just capturing those stories, the best way you can.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking about doing a series of short animated films now. Yeah, so, it's just let the story dictate, right?
For sure. I think we have about 3 more minutes. Anyone else that wants to ask a question with all these talented people up here? If you got any questions about how to make documentaries or whatever, these are the folks you need to talk to.
I'm 70 years old, and I want to know, is it too late for me to tell stories, or maybe either hook up with a millennial and maybe get together and tell stories or something? Because, when you live a full life, you see a lot of things. You have many jobs. You have many hats you wear, and you live many generational pains. But you also, in the midst of those pains, have joy. So is it too late to envision documenting those stories? And because growing up abused, people always think you were sad, sad, sad. But yet there was, in the midst of chaos, there was joy too. But no one hears those stories to make the connection of survival and resilience, and yet you have no voice. Because once you get 65, you retire. So how do you, is it too late to begin to document stories and to make them relational?
I don't think it's ever too late. As long as you've got breath in your body, you can be 75 5 years from now and have made stories, or you can be 75 and not have made stories.
Okay.
Right? But if you're lucky, either way, you're still gonna be 75, right? So the film that I made, Chavela, is about a singer, a lesbian who was uneducated, who was one of the most marginalized people, you know, just in terms of being a woman, an artist, a lesbian, a Latina. And she had initial success in her 40s, and then she became an alcoholic. And she recovered. She lost like 11, 12 years of her life and her career, but she made her comeback at 72. And from 72 to 93, when she passed away, she won a Latin Grammy. She sold out Carnegie Hall. She's in a movie with Salma Hayek. She won the greatest honor you can win in Spain, which is the Grand Cross of Isabel the Catholic. She started that at 72.
Thank you.
You know, I would add, you know, we're living in this golden age of technology where for $500, $1,000, you can set up your own studio and you can go online and find the answer to any question you could possibly have about filmmaking, which is what I did. I learned from all these 10-year-olds about how to do editing, basically, whenever I had a problem. So this is a good time. And you can distribute your films, Vimeo, YouTube. You can create your own audience. It's a great time to dive into this.
And you have 1 million stories to tell. Yeah.
Man, it was a great conversation. I don't want it to end. You know, I just love talking to you guys. You guys have great insight, great perspective on your work. But I just want you guys to give the panelists a round of applause. Again, you know, name's Christopher Everett with the Southern Documentary Fund, and like I said, we enjoyed sponsoring this panel today. Like I said before, you know, I think the next event here at 7, we have a mixer out in the lobby. Definitely join us for that. Get you some drinks, get you something to eat, mingle, you know, make those connections with filmmakers as well, and connect with these folks too. So everyone join us out in the lobby for drinks, food. Let's chop it up about documentary storytelling. And again, thank you guys for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mic check. There we go. Yep. A little bit of ringing. Mic check. Sounds good. Feels good. So far, so good, Lee. I think we're going to check it again in a second once we move these monitors, because these monitors are actually coming up to the end of the pit. So that position is going to change. So we'll move those in a second. Thank you. Yep. That's a great question because our main audio are actually going to the Did you? Oh. Check. Yep, yep. Yeah. Hey, Lee, can you see if you're getting this mic here? Check, check. 1, 2. Nothing? Oh, actually, I know why you're not getting that mic. Give me 1 second. Ready. All right, let's try it now, Lee. Check, check. 1, 2. Mic check. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you. What'd you say, Reggie?
project with these, with our writers? Correct. Okay, and then they're gonna grab the audio from you? Okay. Yep.
Actually, we might not. You got any more of these, Red?
I'm gonna put the rug over.
I was gonna say, we ain't got to take
both
it.
sides.
Yeah, if you got some more rug, then we just do that. It ain't gonna be but 5 minutes.
Right.
So let's just assume for her, and let's just do 3 as if it was 3 groups of 3. Right. Let's just set them up 1, 2, 3, and then we can pull back once it's done. Because you were here. Yeah, so it's like, this dude, if you come from back here, she starts cheesing. That's her whole thing. So Buddy is the male dude, like right out the way. Okay. She can make her step, so he kind of steps behind her, and then the other folks on the side. I don't know what one is, but like, yeah, you gonna put them on this line right here? Yeah, that's it. You got any more? Okay, this one got it. Oh, okay, yeah. This one don't, but that's. Oh yeah, that's a whole lot easier. Yeah. Oh, so you going? Oh, okay. So you just. Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. You got the headset. Just need 3. So 3. Good. So, and then they can read, yeah. Right. But you're gonna do a little light rehearsal, so. Okay. And then what's the best wireless record? Do we know? That's the one we want her to have, whatever the best one is.
Well, she got hers is the headset.
Oh.
These
She
are
got her
just
own?
No, we
Y'all
got
got
one.
one. Oh.
That's what they doing now. These 2.
So what's the best 3
millionaires milling about, spilling their feelings in the air. All I see is this fake with no fangs, trying to draw blood from my ice cold veins. I smell a massacre, seems to be the only way to back you.
Gossip, you can just stop it. Everybody know I'm a monster. I'ma need to see your hands at the concert. I'ma need to see your hands at the concert. Profit, I get it. Everybody know I'm a monster. I'ma need to see your hands at the concert. I'ma need to see your hands.
Pull up in a monster automobile gangster with a bad that came from Sri Lanka. Yeah, I'm in a tanka, color a Willy Wonka. You could be the king, but watch the queen conquer. Okay, first things first, I'll eat your brains. Then I'ma start rocking gold teeth and fangs. Cause that's what I'm monster do. Hairdresser from Milan, that's the monster do. Monster
In case you didn't know. If you know it, sing. Willie Moe Jr.'s on your radio. Oh, just in case you didn't. Yes, indeed. It's the Willie Moe Jr. Show. Where we do what? Where we keep it 100 flat out. Thank you guys, family. Listen, I'm so excited to be here. Give yourself a round of applause real quick. Make some noise real quick. Family, listen, I'm so excited that I get the opportunity to be here today to debut this amazing movie that you all will get an opportunity to see here soon. But before we get to that, I just left D.C. I had such an amazing time. Anybody here from D.C.? Love D.C., DMV area? If you're from there, listen, you know it's a special love for the DMV. And to be on the campus of Morehouse is just like such an amazing opportunity because I was literally in D.C. with a guy who went to Morehouse. And he's like, man, you know, I went to the house. You know, it's like a gang when it comes to Morehouse. It's like, I went to the house, you know. I'll be honest, I went to a PWI. I went to the University of Mississippi, Ole Miss. I went to the whitest PWI that you could ever go to. But I always had a desire to be at Morehouse in some capacity. And who would have thought that, you know, years later that we get an opportunity to debut a movie here at Morehouse. So give yourself a round of applause for everybody who has something to do with this film festival. Yeah. But before we get to the movie, I want to show major love to a young lady who's been doing music for a while. She represents DC. She goes by the name of Carrie Nicole, and she's going to be performing the official theme song for the 4th annual Morehouse College Human Rights Film Festival, Freedom. Y'all make some noise for Carrie Nicole, flat out.
Freedom is a fundamental human right, one of the most important. Let's work together to protect freedom for humankind, because when one of us is free, we all are free.
Feet on the ground, our voice waves down, beauty, all shades, no longer bound, intelligence, no lie, wearing our crown, ancestors on the backs, can't let them fall now, in love with our skin, the skin where each is, true beauty within, royalty runs deep, pure gold when we bleed, freedom, 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 release me from these chains, freedom, 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 call me by my name, freedom, 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 oh let freedom reign, freedom, 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 release me from these chains, freedom, 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 call me by my name, freedom, 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 oh let freedom reign.
Freedom, freedom, my ancestors didn't see. Freedom, freedom, God bless our kings and our queens. Emancipation proclamation, they thought would end our complications. But look around at the foundation, what we endure for the durations. With chains unseen, they invisible. Sometimes frustrations are visceral. Push on cause we can't be miserable. All the answers are deep in the spiritual. I won't encourage us to violence. I won't encourage us to silence. May God be judge and the jury. May triumph rise from the fury. Freedom, 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 freedom.
Release me from these chains, freedom, 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 call me by my name, freedom, 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 oh let freedom reign, freedom, freedom,
1, 2, 2, 2. Come on, make some noise for Carrie Nicole. Indeed. You can turn it down just a little bit. You know, I like to yell just a little bit, man. I'm from St. Louis, deep at heart. We yell over everything. We yell right in front of you, like, hey, how you doing? You know that? So, you know, tonight is a very special night. I want you guys to know that right now there are 400,000 young men and women who are actually in foster care, right? 400,000. 125,000 of those young men and women are actually available for adoption. I've partnered with one of the most amazing organizations that the world has ever offered. It's called Bethany Christian Services, and they literally are the #1 Christian adoption agency in the world. I've traveled to Ethiopia with them. I traveled throughout the domestic U.S., making people aware of adoption and foster care because it's near and dear to me, my family, for a very special reason. Of course, you guys will get an opportunity to find out what that is a little later in this presentation. But tonight, I want to show love to Bethany Christian Services, and in hopes that you guys will get an opportunity to partner with them after you hear and you see some of the great things that they're doing throughout the world. Everybody say world. Come on, say world. Come on, one more time, say world. Indeed. We're going to watch this video from Bethany Christian Services. All right? Flat out. Indeed. So what you just had the opportunity to see is a small snippet of what we've done across the country. So it's this guy named Fred Hammond. Any of you all ever heard of this guy, Fred Hammond? Major, super gospel producer, really good guy, and he has a really dope adoption story as well. So Fred Hammond and I, we decided to partner up in hopes that we could get more attention to adoption and foster care. So Bethany, myself, and Fred Hammond, we created this opportunity for artists all across the country to send in their videos. During the pandemic, we were thinking to ourselves, maybe 500 people, maybe 700 people. 20,000 people ended up donating, sending in their videos in hopes that they would get an opportunity to be on my radio program as well as do a song with Fred Hammond. It really raised the awareness for adoption and foster care in the African American community. And so what happened was, it was this young man, his name was Bam, and Bam ended up winning that competition. But coming up here in 2023, Fred Hammond and I are looking to literally grab all of our friends from hip hop, R&B, gospel, and get them all in one huge arena and do this beautiful night, kind of symbolic of the day of the A the adoption opportunity, but we've now coined it Battle for Family. So if you or any of your family members or somebody you know, you like, man, y'all sure got some talent, it would be a really great opportunity for them. I'm gonna give you some information so you can actually text to send in your video in hopes that you could be a part of our 2023 experience. The winner's gonna get an opportunity to win a little money. They're gonna get an opportunity to do a video and a song with Fred Hammond. And of course, they'll get the opportunity to hang out with your nephew, Willie Moore Jr. on the Willie Moore Jr. Show. Major love to my friends at Bethany Christian Services. I'm gonna make sure that I get as much information to you tonight from my partners and my friends. And I just thank God for them always having my back. No matter if we're serving thousands of people or hundreds of people, we are together. So major love to Bethany Christian Services. Could you please give them a round of applause if you don't mind? Yeah, major love to my friends at Bethany. All right, so if you could turn the mic down just a little bit, I think it's time for showtime, right? It's time for showtime. And where's Alice Prince? Give me a piece if it's time for showtime. It is. It's time for showtime. Good to see you over there. So listen, before I get started, I just want to show love to my friends at Praise 102.5, right? Yeah, major love to Praise 102.5. Major love to Mitch. Major love to all of my friends at Praise 102.5, the #1 inspiration station actually in the nation. Stellar Award winners. Love them to life. Want to show love to my team and just everybody who was able to come together collectively to put this thing together. I want to show love to Alice Prince, who's literally my chief of staff. She does such an amazing job. Want to show love to Boomin and just all of my team. If I forget you, just know I love you and I care about you. I even seen my amazing lawyer of over 20-some years, Heather Beverly. She walked in, and I just major love to her. Major love to Brandy, who's over all of my finances, and don't want to miss nobody. Kenton Jones, my dear brother, my friend, I honor you and I appreciate you for always being there. Major love to BJ, and I could just go on and on. Thank you guys so much for being here for this amazing opportunity. So without further ado, let me just give you a little backstory. And of course, the film is going to tell a lot more. How many of y'all can be honest and say, man, the pandemic was really, really unique and tough for you at some point in that pandemic? If I could see your hand just real quick. If the pandemic was just a little unique for you, right? It was a little tough. In that moment, I realized that every plan that I had, I couldn't really get to it. I planned on going on the road. I had this new book. It was called You Belong Here. It was about my adoptive parents. And I was just walking around with cameras on me, right? My daddy is 90 years old, right now. He's 90 years old. Ex-sharecropper from Mississippi. Love God. Still cuss a little bit, though. Even at Morehouse, he'll be in here, man, it took all day. He don't even care. When you get about 90, you ain't got no filter. You know that? And then my mama, she been 35 the last 35 years. Black don't crack, beige don't age. You know that? But she's 80 years old. And so I wanted to do something. My purpose partner, she told me that after she lost her father, that it was two things that she wished she had. More audio of his voice and more pictures if she could have had that. And so she challenged me to start doing videos of my mom and my dad, sharing our adoption story. I did not know that in 2020, after doing all of this video stuff, that this thing was actually going to turn into a documentary. Because God was going to change my story in the middle of a pandemic. I thought that my story was going to be one way, but God decided to change my story during a pandemic. So for me, the pandemic was tough at one moment, but transformative in another moment. I want you to check out this film. It's entitled The Missing Piece, P-E-A-C-E. Yeah, flat out. Just in case you didn't know, Willie Moore Jr.'s on your radio. Hezekiah Walker right here on the Willie Moore Jr. Show. 4 hours of pure inspiration. Being a radio host, I've had the opportunity to interview some of the coolest people in entertainment.
Just in case you didn't know, Willie Mo Jr. on your radio. Oh, just in case you didn't know, it's the Willie Mo Jr. Show. We keep it 100 flat out.
I would probably say the biggest interview that I ever did was probably President Obama. On the line with me is the President of the United States of America, President Obama.
Willie Moore.
When President Obama said, Willie Moore? Bruh, let me tell you something. That's something boy, my heart was palpitating and everything. I think one of the more, the scarier interviews that I had was probably Iyanla Vanzant. I had the opportunity to interview her. When I was interviewing her, like my energy was love, but I was like, okay, cool. Like, is she gonna read something on me? In the middle of me doing good, she switches the questions up. It's like, can I ask you something?
Other people to approve your shifts and changes.
Yeah.
But let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How did you think that being adopted and never having met your biological parents, that you was okay?
After Iyanla asked me that question, I mean, it really made me personally begin to think, like, could something be wrong? Could something be missing, right? You know, what is it like for a person who never seen anybody in his biological family? A person who never had the opportunity to touch his mama? A person who's never heard her voice outside of the womb, like being on the outside? You know, that could probably, you know, something could be wrong. And I began to question myself and ask, is there something missing?
The missing piece.
Ladies.
Deborah Helen Company.
Hey, beautiful.
How are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I said to Helen, I was like, what time's Willie getting here? Maybe we'll just throw him on the show.
How you doing?
Extraordinary. She's just a powerhouse. Ernestine Johnson.
So my sister Egypt guest hosted. It made it that much better because it's like my cousin on my auntie side. This her makeup artist right there. She told me I'm cool with makeup on, but I ain't got much on.
You were adopted, and I love that you were, you know, you're talking about your story along with Janine Thornton, our good friend as well. How has this campaign changed your life and the life of others?
I thank God for my mother and father, Willie J. and Flora Moore. My dad is 85 years young, and my mama been 35 the last 35 years. And black don't crack and beige don't age. Right? So literally, they were two sharecroppers out of Mississippi and Louisiana, but they provided a house of love and understanding. Not this big educated family who knew everything, but they just knew God and they knew how to love a child. And so as I traveled the country, I said, you know what? I got to make sure that every child without a voice right now gets a voice. So I'm letting the world know that adoption is an option. And if you do the right thing, you could possibly get a Willie. You get a Willie. You get a Willie. Everybody gets a Willie. So
we're so happy.
Berkeley, Missouri, the hometown of Said the Entertainer, Jennifer Lewis, and your nephew Willie Mo. Like, we're a small city with a big personality. Flat out. How did I grow up? I had the best upbringing ever.
Everybody in Berkeley knew that for Mr. Moore and Mrs. Moore, Will was the center of their universe. Everything he did, they were front and center. But they also had an open door for everybody in our neighborhood. Miss Moore would feed anybody and welcome them to her home. Mr. Moore would sit on the porch and tell us about life and what he expected of us. They treated us all like family.
Mom, so what you want to listen to?
Oh, I don't know, whatever you like, baby. Temptation. Oh, Johnny Taylor. Who have been playing Willie? Just found my tape again. Oh, play the song you made, Roll With Me. The best seller on the market.
Let's do it.
In 2002, Willie signed a record deal with Universal Records for his hit song, Roll With Me.
After I signed that record deal, my mama became my biggest fan, boy.
Pretty Willie's now you can find me back on the side with my rhythm. Ladies start bouncing when they hear it and it's so good. Because now I got split up a little. I'm just a fossil, baby. Come on and roll with me. Back on the side with my rhythm. Ladies start bouncing when they hear it and it's so good. Because now I got split up a little. I'm just a St. Louis area.
I always tell everybody, I won the parent lottery. Like literally, if there was a lottery of parents like a Powerball on TV, bruh, I'm telling you, I won the parent lottery. Whether it was Christmas, birthdays, day to day, like the house was just filled with love. I mean, the story goes that my mother couldn't have kids because of some medical issue, but I thank God that she chose the option of adoption because I won the parent lottery flat out. So you want to have children, and what happened? Were you able to have kids or you weren't?
I was going to this doctor, you know. I thought there was something wrong with me real bad. And he was telling me about adoption. And I said, oh, you know of a place where they adopt some kids? He told me about the Children's Home Society. I was all in for it. We got ready and we went out to the Children's Home Society.
And we got some information from somebody who went out on Mac night to this adoption agency. And we talked to them, and they make no decision. They got to come to our house and see how we live and whatever, if they thought we was able to adopt a kid, if we needed a kid. And they did that, and they said, you're all qualified. You can come out there and see who you want.
And then they showed us you and another little guy. And boy, we first saw you, I tell you, fell in love.
Wow.
Yep.
You know, when it comes to my mother, she's my favorite girl in the world. Like my mom and my dad, they're my everything. There's nothing in the world that I wouldn't ever do for them. Like I give them, I give them my heart if I could. Like I lay down my life for them. I love my mom and my dad. However, in 2009, I asked a hard question to my mom and dad. It was so hard for me to ask them this, but I needed to find out. I asked, is it okay for me to look for my biological mother? They both quickly agreed that it was a great idea. I'm forever grateful for the support they showed.
Even though you have great parents, you can also still feel feelings of abandonment.
Willie Mo Jr. is in the Red Velvet Cake studio. Welcome home.
Sybil, please let me ask this, because I posted a quote of his. I actually posted him saying it on my Instagram account. When he found out where his mom was, and she sent word back that she didn't want to meet you, Willie. Yeah. Tell us about that moment, and how long did it take you to get over that moment?
You know what the truth is, Arsenio? That's an amazing question. When my mama told me that she did not want to meet me, at first I did not even want to start this journey. But when it got there, I did not know how to feel. Because as men, we're only taught two reactions, how to be happy and how to be tough. And to be quite honest, Arsenio, I was pissed. I was pissed. You know, when Arsenio Hall asked me that question, it made me think about rejection. Because rejection can be tough. Although years had passed, I would often think about my biological mother. Like, what did she look like? What was her name? Did she ever think of me? Although she had refused to meet me, I wondered those things. But in 2019, I received word from the adoption agency through an email that my biological mom was dead. She dead. And my initial debate and my thought was like, she put me up for adoption, she refused to meet me, and then she died on me. You know?
Is there anybody out there ever lost a loved one like me?
Man, that year I buried myself in my faith in God.
Oh God,
I stayed in the Word.
is there anybody out there ever lost a friend like me?
I began to work out 6 days a week.
Oh God,
I started to eat right. I just wanted to be better.
is there anybody out there
And I didn't want to lose my mom. I just kept working.
who needs to
flat out.
forgive God like me?
Nah.
Hey, bro, this finna be good. I feel like this about to be me up there.
might get you up there, Doc. I might get you up there, Doc. While I was getting people to sign up for adoption with Bethany and this amazing partnership, yeah, that's when I found out that my bio mom, she had went on to glory. Started talking to my counselor.
Man, I remember while we were out on tour, inspiring and encouraging people to adopt and foster children, we got the horrible news that Willie's mom had passed. You know, shortly after that, he had his new baby girl, Paisley, and he began to go to counseling every Tuesday.
The counselor told me, I want you to write a letter to the mother you never said hello to.
And you had Willie write the letter to his mother. Why?
Well, I had it as a point of closure. For most of us, we get a funeral as a point of closure for our loved ones or people that we care about or who had meanings in our life. And so for him, she played a part in his being here on earth. He needed to close that chapter of his life out and accept the fact that even though he may have had questions, he would never have those questions answered. Or even if he had feelings and wanted to know about himself and get more meaning to himself and put together some pieces of the puzzle of his life that he was not able to put together, that may never happen.
Dear Mom, I honestly know that you prayed for me back in December 1978, and my life is a sum total of the prayers you prayed. When you put me up for adoption, you probably were scared, reluctant, confused, but I want you to know that putting me up for adoption may arguably be the best decision you ever made in your life. I landed in the best home a child could ask for. It was filled with love and attention, and I can honestly say that it was custom made just for me. God blessed me with some amazing parents. I couldn't ask for anything more. I honestly wish I could have met you only to say thank you. Thank you so much for releasing me and giving me up for adoption. That was the most selfless act I've ever experienced in my life. That one decision, an act of selflessness, made me the man I am today, and I'm forever grateful. I now have 4 children, and I can remember feeling the kicks, the punches, the heartbeat while they were in the womb of my wife. I can remember being immediately attached to that little living, breathing life inside of her stomach. I can't even imagine the strength you had to hear all that, feel all that, and still have to give your child up for adoption. I honor you, and I appreciate you for that. And you should know that you're one of the strongest women I've ever had the privilege of connecting with. Without a face, a name, or even a memory, I love you. I always have, and I always will. Your very being is a mystery, but your very essence lives through me daily. The strength that I have, the resilience I possess, I know I get that from you. So I thank you. In closing, I would like you to know that you have 4 amazing grandchildren that all possess your strength and your selflessness. So no matter what happens in life, you're gonna live forever. I know life may not have been the easiest for you, but I think you should know that I honor you, and every step of the way, you should have known that you didn't make a mistake. Wow. You know, in the state of Missouri, an adoptee could not receive their original birth certificate without the consent of a biological parent. And seeing that I couldn't get in touch with her, I didn't know what I was going to do. But in 2018, the Missouri Adoptee Rights Act was passed, allowing adult adoptees to receive their original birth certificate. So the day that my birth certificate arrived, I never get home early. I end up calling home, nobody answered. I was like, okay, cool, I'm just gonna surprise the kids, come to the house. When I arrived, nobody was there. And so I get the mail, I go back and get the mail, I put it down, I get a glass of water, and I look through the mail and it says State of Missouri. I open it up and it was a birth certificate. I dropped that thing like a hot potato. I just dropped it.
Willie called and told me that he got his birth certificate. I was so excited for him. It was only supposed to say 8 weeks, but it was a long, arduous 4 months. And the first thing I asked him, I was like, so What's your name?
I open the birth certificate and I get it and I look at the name for the child and I realize that I did not have a name.
He told me that he didn't have a name.
I realized, like, my dad and my mom were supposed to name me.
Even though he was not named on the birth certificate, he finally had found out what his mom's name was.
So as I go through the birth certificate, I see her name, Katrina.
Katrina was her name.
Katrina. Her name been Katrina the whole time. Funny thing, like I'm from the neighborhood, I started thinking about every Katrina I had ever met. I was like, I know Katrina Reese, I know Katrina Kimbrough, I know Katrina.
After he told me her name, I got really curious. So I asked.
And she like, do you mind sending me the birth certificate? I'm like, sure. In 48 hours, she called me and she was just like, I think I found the person who could possibly be your brother. I'm at one of my favorite places, Avalon, California. Took 2 days of just studying the word and just riding a golf cart and praying and thinking. So, found my brother, my homie Shanta. She actually talked to him and they had a conversation. So everything really lines up. So she hit me about 3 days ago and let me know that I talked to him and et cetera, and I got off the phone quick. I think I almost hung up on her just because I didn't want to know. But now that I've been on this island for a little while, I feel strong again. I can remember one night, I said, you know what? Today is the day that I'm going to call my biological brother. Now, he was a little reluctant when I called, not really knowing exactly what I wanted. When I told him that I was his brother, he looked at me and I looked at him and we noticed the resemblance. After speaking to him every day since that moment, I needed to meet him. So right now we're at my birth house where I was, where I was raised. And so my biological brother, he's actually on his way. He has no idea that I'm here. He just texted me. He has no idea. He thinks I'm in LA right now because I was actually on my way to LA. But then I woke up. I couldn't sleep 48 hours ago, and I just feel like the Lord said, do it now. Because I was going to do this on the 26th on his birthday. I'm the type of person, like, I have very great intentions on doing something, and then I just be like, yeah, got busy. You know, like, you just never know what can happen in the next 2 weeks. I could be called to go to LA somewhere for a movie or, health, life, like, But shout out to baby Huey, though. Huey got me on this.
Our breaking news story this morning, a popular St. Louis rapper dies in an overnight shooting. It happened in Kinloch.
It's rapper Huey, whose real name is Lawrence Franks Jr. That shooting happened just before 11 last night. It was on Martin Luther King Boulevard near Maple Avenue. St. Louis County Police are investigating, but there's no word yet on any arrests. Huey is best known for his 2006 debut single, Pop, Lock, and Drop It. Rapper Huey was 31 years old.
Like, after I was with him the day that he died, earlier that day, I knew I had to, like, start doing stuff. Just start acting. Don't act like tomorrow is yours, like you got control of tomorrow. So I guess if there's anything good that came out of Huey dying, it's probably this. Because I damn sure was a procrastinator with my time, so. So he thinks I'm in LA. I've been corresponding with his wife. She called me right back, E. She on it, so she said, no, head into the car now. Okay. And she's about to bring him over here. They stay out in St. Peter's, and now he's on his way out to Berkeley here to meet what he thinks he's going over his mother-in-law's house. Good, bro, hit me later. So he texted me, good, bro, hit you later. And then this is his wife. She says he has no clue. And she laughing. So
Sunday fun day.
So it's the same thing we just seen on the on her Instagram. So he has no clue. So he said, hit me later. I was like, I'm gonna put definitely. No, not defiantly. Definitely. Definitely, bro. Yeah. And so he's gonna pull around and I'm gonna come out the garage and we'll see what happens. I know what you're thinking, how I'm feeling right now. I'm nervous as hell. And I ain't never nervous, you feel me? And I'm sweating and everything. You know, I've been knowing about him since I was 7 years old. Like, that's about the only thing that my mother knew about my biological family is that my biological mother had a son. So I always knew about him. And we've been gelling for 2 weeks. We text every morning. He's an avid workout person as well as a coach. So he's very motivational as well. So I'm definitely, for lack of better words, anxious to see what the Lord does with our relationship. Hopefully we can get past this meeting. Y'all know your boy Cool gone. Man. I ain't gonna leave on it. I'm talking about all my little Cool gone. I wanna cuss. Flat out. That's real. I'm right here. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am?
Nah, I just say where you Mo. I gotta fix my hair.
Fix your hair, boo.
Can't.
4 minutes. Ain't that what Nelly used to do?
Check my story over.
I'm still goofy. Lord knows I'm trying to laugh. Yeah.
You alright?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I like when you be on that baby's hair. It's a big moment. Oh, them kids, them girls love Willie and Louisiana. All of them girls.
All right, she said they're pulling up. It is about to happen. So we're gonna go through the garage, but I am going.
What y'all gonna do?
We're gonna go through the garage. She just texted and said they pulling up.
That's them over there in that great car?
I'm not sure. They in a black Jeep. Cherokee. But we're gonna go through the garage.
We should have more people than this.
All right, let's do it.
We got that man here. The one with the screen we wear. We get these to the outside.
All right, come on, Dave.
And a lot of little kids. Look, let's get this straight.
It's okay. I'm doing good.
Good. Nice to formally meet you.
Good to meet you too.
I think there's somebody else that you really want to meet.
Yeah. What's up, bro? What's up, bro? I'm telling you, I felt something. I felt something. Years ago.
What out of the muscles, bro? That's fact. I've been here a long time.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, man, I felt something as a kid. Like, I always said, I wish I had a twin. Like, for real, I did. I was like, I wish I had a twin. We'd be doing stupid stuff together.
Right.
I did. So, but I always felt like something was missing. And now I know what it is. Like, that's real talk, man.
So when I was 7 years old, I always knew that I had a brother who was about a year and a half older. I don't even know how my mom and them knew that.
My first impression was, I got a little brother. I was overjoyed because we talked the day after Huey passed. We was on the FaceTime, and I'm looking at him, and my eyebrow raised, and I'm like, well, he looked like me. We look like each other.
And I told him, like, we bonded. Like, we can never go back and replace the things that we missed, but from this day forward, we move forward as brothers.
She calls me back and she says, I also have pictures of the woman who I think is your mother. I was like, okay, wow, finally I'm gonna get an opportunity to see her. And then she added a caveat. She said, she's not dead. Your grandmama's dead, but your mama's not dead.
Ain't no turning back now.
Exactly. You unlocked your one.
We unlocked.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Ain't no turning back now.
Ain't no turning back now. Good car, man. Words can't even express how nervous I was getting into that car. I was actually about to meet her for the first time. Wow.
I know it's here somewhere. The faith I used to have before the
You could never wait another week. And I knew he would be, I felt it. I felt that he would be hesitant because this is a whole new situation. But I also needed him to trust me in the situation, and I had to let him know that I'm not going to put you in a situation that will hurt or harm you.
Oh, you still got a house key. Like this the crib. Tell me, listen, don't mind my crazy question.
On that body, I don't never understand anything.
Mom! Hearing her voice for the first time sent a shock through my body.
I got no baby with me. I got the baby with me. Yeah, I got the baby with me, the baby brother.
We can go in there?
Yeah, go ahead.
After you. After me? Yeah.
After me.
How did you think that being adopted and never having met your biological parents, that you was okay?
The distance between the way I feel
I honestly wish I could have met you only to say thank you.
is true.
Hey, how you doing? I'm good. Wow, how you doing?
I'm okay.
Pleasure to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
Such a pretty person.
You are too. You're so kind. Take the hat off.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. It's so nice to see you.
It's my pleasure.
I am so glad.
Look how pretty she is.
What? What?
Can I have another hug?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my.
You know,
Oh my. Yeah.
I always wanted to meet you. And,
Well, it's done. Finally, I am so glad that you're well. I really am. I'm so happy.
I feel warm. I feel happy. I feel whole having both of my children in the same room with me, something that I have never had in my life. It's joy.
I don't even know what to say.
I don't either.
It's like you real. Look at you.
I'm a real person. Yeah.
It was just like removing a bag off my shoulders, because I had been carrying that by myself for a long time.
I apologize for what happened. I really do, from the bottom of my heart. I was young. I had you and it just took you away. I never saw you. I am just so glad. And then your name, my father's name.
Yeah.
Willie.
Yeah, he shook.
There he is, right there.
Oh, that's him right
That's
there.
your grandfather,
You mind
Willie
if I-
Paulson.
Okay.
And it's my mama.
You know, my blessing became the blessing for someone else. So that was a beautiful thing.
I just, you apologize, but the truth is, like, you didn't make a mistake. Like, there's never been a time that I haven't prayed for you. There's never been a time that I ever had any ought or unforgiveness. Like, I just appreciate you. After I had children myself, and I felt the kicks, and I felt like, the baby, and then for you to have enough strength to let me go, like that took a lot of strength.
I had that, like I said, I never saw you. I know if I had her, you never would have run away. I never would have let you go. My choice was a good choice. Now I know. For a long time I always wondered. I don't have to wonder anymore.
I know it's here somewhere, the faith I used to have before the sky fell down on me. Behind the curtain, beneath the hospital bed, hiding just beyond my reach. Feels like my prayers are bouncing off the ceiling tiles like a helium balloon. I can't close the distance between the way I feel and what I know is true. I'm caught up in a battle I wasn't looking for, when I'm searching for solace in the middle of a war. You are my missing piece. You are my missing piece. My missing piece.
So, let me just be honest. I felt like electricity, like in that shot. You know what I mean? Like, I could feel like this flow of energy that was so weird. Like, it's just like a fullness. It was almost like the Lord jolting, like these two women, one who had you and the other who raised you, like nature and nurture being in the same spot. That was amazing. That was amazing. That was amazing.
I know it's here somewhere.
Coming up on the Missing Piece movie, the mothers reunite. Stay tuned.
Behind the curtain.
Wow. Family, I know that was emotional. I know your heart. I know what your heart is doing right now. But listen, don't leave. Stay tuned. When we come back, there's another scene that I want to show you of the mothers reuniting. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned right here, flat out.
Like a helium balloon. I can't close the distance between the way I feel and what I know is true.
Check 1, 2.
I'm caught up in a battle.
So what you think of the Missing Piece? Pretty cool, huh?
When I'm searching for solace in the middle of a war.
Every time I watch that film, I get like really emotional. Wow. So thank you guys so much for watching that piece, to get an opportunity to be able to share this story globally, to change the narrative of what people believe foster care and adoption is really our global mission in the earth and our purpose. So I really do appreciate you guys being here. So give yourself a round of applause. Woo! It's so crazy. Like, I've seen it, I lived it, but every time I cry. Did anybody have to take their eyelashes off? Just want to know. Everybody was good? You good? I done seen tough thugs watch that story and be like, man, that was crazy. I know that I'm supposed to do a podcast, but whenever I get the opportunity to be in the room with so many amazing thought leaders like yourself, I often try to make sure that I leave no stone unturned. And so before I do the podcast or whatever, I do want to let you know this. I want to tell you that the Creator desires to create a miracle in your life. Right? And I don't know your metaphysical orientation because I often get the opportunity to go to churches, jails, schools, wherever I get an opportunity to go. So there's a lot of different belief systems. But I do want you to understand that the Creator desires to work a miracle in your life. And a lot of times, if you look at my story, you see that it felt like I was spat on, like my mother refused to meet me. But how many of you all know that if you just keep living and you keep moving forward and you don't make an excuse and you don't stop, just keep meandering in the maze of mediocrity, playing the same story over and over, and you finally get some truth, God has the innate ability to shift your story and put it in the right direction. Many of you guys have pieces in your life that are missing that you are afraid to go forth in. So yours may not be adoption. Yours may wonder, why did dad choose the substance over me? Others may wonder why mom chose different things. Our film is designed to make sure that it allows you and challenges you to think about that missing piece. But the truth is, you can't get the piece that you want that surpasses all understanding. But that's what God wants to do. And through this story, I want to let you know, I'll be honest with you. Through Jesus Christ and the way that he wrote his script, he worked a miracle in my life so I could show to the world. And he also desires to do the same thing for you. So tonight as you go home, after you go home, I want you to think about two things. What part of my life do I really need to find truth in? Because it's been plaguing me and it's been hindering me from my truth. The second thing I want you to ask yourself is, who can I apologize to for being so uptight because of the pieces that I had in my life? And I'm so uptight over certain things. You know, I couldn't even wear these little bitty clothes at one time in my life because I was like ashamed. I'm like, nah, man, I got to be bold in who I am and be strong in my convictions and be cool in who I am. But that came from the Lord allowing me to find my missing piece. My desire is for everybody under the sound of my voice to find that missing piece and watch the Creator take you places that you never could imagine. I ended up at Morehouse College, a dude from Berkeley, Missouri, where the median income is $17,000. And I get a chance to share with you guys. Yeah, praise God. So, I know we're about to do a podcast. Any questions real quick? Just anybody, I ask any questions, or we're going to go right into it. Can I sit down too? Oh, I get to sit down. Praise God. So come on, the podcasters. We about to podcast. Are we recording? Is this thing on? Now, let me be honest with y'all. Y'all going to have to get y'all energy up just a little bit, okay? Y'all going to have to get y'all energy up because, I'm real high energy. You know, little people, we like to have big energy. You can't help it when you 5 foot nothing, 100 and nothing. I like your shoes. Thank you. You fresh? Mm-hmm. Sure did.
I'm a woman of a certain age. We like our album.
Yeah, you know they told me not to say shit because that was the name of y'all podcast.
Say as much as you want.
They told me to say ish.
Ran into me in the hall. Said, they told me I can't say that. I said,
yeah.
Tina will say it. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. I just want to let y'all know I love God, but I still cuss just a little bit.
Well,
just a little bit.
I'm Wanda's
Yeah.
Wanda goes right and I go left.
Yeah.
So Wanda's a little.
Yeah.
We're talking in there?
Yeah.
Okay. Wanda is the more conservative. So when we came up with the show, she was saying 2 old chicks who know a lot of shh. And now she says shit here and shit there. She throws it around. So I'm afraid that I'm a bad influence.
Yeah, when we were naming the podcast, I told my daughter, she was 39, I guess, at the time, and I said, you know what Tina wants to name this podcast? And I told her, she guffawed, she laughed out loud. She said, Mom, all my millennial friends will listen to that. So
Absolutely. Well, we want to welcome you here. I'm Tina McElroy-Anza. We haven't introduced ourselves. I'm Tina McElroy-Anza, and I'm here with my podcast partner, my 50-something-year-old friend, my freshman college roommate at Spelman College.
Wow. Come on, make some noise for that.
Golden girls. 2 golden girls on the stage. That's why we call it 2 old chicks, because we are. But we do know some stuff, you know? Yeah. And so I'm here with my podcast partner, Wanda Lloyd, and we have seen your movie. We love your movie. We have so many questions. But we want to jump right into it.
Absolutely. So how do you feel? This was your premiere. How do you feel?
Man, it was good. We showed the film a few times. In 2020, in 2020 during the pandemic, of course, everybody was in front of a screen.
Right.
And we actually showed it to a few people who could put it on some major kind of major digital outlets. And but I decided with my social media following that we could do some virtual theaters, and we were able to raise a substantial amount of money and kind of transform what we need. Like what they were going to give us to own our film, we made that in 30 days.
Oh, wonderful. So you still own the rights?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wonderful.
absolutely.
Good for you.
I have to tell you, I have to tell the audience too. My husband is deceased, but he was a filmmaker. He was a DP filmmaker. And so I know all about film, and I know all about how filmmakers feel about their films. So when the film was on, I made the mistake of trying to introduce myself to Mr. Willie Moore. Did I say Lloyd? Yeah. Her husband's name is Willie Lloyd, and I've been calling you Willie Lloyd. I've been calling you Willie Lloyd for like 6 months.
Willie Lloyd Jr.
Willie Lloyd. But I tried to talk to him over there to say, just say, I'm Tina, and this is Wanda. We're going to be introducing you. And he said, yeah. And he was looking at the film, and I said, oh, I forgot. Filmmakers never get tired of looking at their films.
Yeah, I'm looking like, man.
He was looking at it like he had never seen it before.
Yeah.
Is that how you look at it?
Yeah, I'm just like, okay, so the music should have been here, should have been there. Now where we are as a company, like, I'm just like, but we had no idea it was going to be a film. Like, we were just going to introduce the world to my great adoptive parents.
Really?
I thought my mama was dead. I had buried her in my heart, my mind, my spirit. I wrote a letter, and it was done for me.
How did that accident, how did that happen that you accidentally heard that she was deceased when she wasn't?
So in 2019, before the pandemic, what you didn't get an opportunity to see is this middle-aged white woman named Laura Winters at Missouri Home Society. Mm-hmm. And so at this time, I'm hood rich. I got about $50,000, and that was rich at that time. Mm-hmm. I was listening to Big Timers, Gator Boots, Big Time. I thought I was big time. I had a car with 5 TVs in it, 22-inch rims, and I'm pulling up in this pseudo-sophisticated area of St. Louis, and I meet this middle-aged white woman, Laura Winters, and we just fall in love with each other. Like, I got her being hood and cool, and she told me to write a letter to my mother.
Wait a minute, you got her being hood and cool?
Hood and cool.
I gotta
come
use
to
that.
Like, come on, be hood and cool, because she was just so prim and proper because she didn't grow up where I grew up. But we really had a beautiful relationship, and she really helped me out. So she told me to write a letter to my mother. And at that time, I'm a musician, so I wrote a song and just said, just give my mother the CD. Like, I'm a writer. And she gives my mother the CD, and she calls me on January 6, 2009, and she tells me that your mama don't want to meet you. And she's in tears, and she's crying, and she's hurt. Okay. But we stayed in touch. And so she sends me an email insinuating that my mother was dead. She said, this is lady who's adopted, whose son died, and because your mother is gone, I thought it would be good for you two to come together. Oh. And so I said, she dead? Like, how the hell do you get this news in the email? Like, you could have called me. Really? And it hurt me, and but I just kind of kept going, and it was hurt. So she was dead, and I started to do counseling, just so I wouldn't hold any grudges.
Right. So I want to back up a little bit because you were on Iyanla's show, or she was on your show?
She was on my show.
She was on your show.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, I have to tell them about Iyanla.
Oh yeah, she's been on our show too. So
she's been on our show, and she actually sent a letter to you, to my post office box. And the mail, unfortunately, on St. Simon's is slow. Okay. But she talked about you. I called her. Actually, we were going to surprise you with her coming into the show. But she said she can't talk anymore. She's completely talked out. Mm-hmm. And she says, but are you talking about Willie Moore Jr.? Yes. Because I just said, this is a film. I told you who you were. And she said, you talking about Willie Moore Jr.? I said, I most certainly. She said, of course I know who that is. She said, I'll write him a note.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you have a note coming from Iyanla who's going to sort of tie in all of this because Iyanla really set you on this journey.
Yeah. Right? And what was it that she said that really resonated with you that just said, okay, I got to do this. I got to do this?
I think I've always desired to want to do it. And just, at certain points in your life where you get an opportunity to connect with people who kind of spark a fire in you. Mm-hmm. And that was kind of a moment in time, like I had tried, but I was so afraid that I would be hurt. Like, I actually didn't even start the finding process. My purpose partner, Shanta Shanta Clemens now, she just was always in it. She was just like, she became my executive director of my foundation to help children. And she was like, yo, it'd be a really good idea because she was on a show where they found, like genealogy, they found like some people in her family. And so she kind of got the system. So just like a friend, she was like, you need to do Ancestry. I was like, I ain't doing Ancestry. And then like one day we
Do what?
Ancestry.
Oh, Ancestry, yeah.
And she was just like, spit in this cup. And I was like, you know what I'm saying? Like I spit. And then she sent it out, and then I got all this stuff and this information about where we were from in Africa.
Right.
And I spent hours. This is the first time I'm ever knowing anything about my bloodline. And,
Empowering?
like, it was so empowering. Like, I was so liberated. Like, everybody else gets a family, and you just like, well, you look like your cousin, you look like your auntie. I never had that opportunity.
Right, yeah.
And so I'm finally...
Especially among black folks, because we...
Yeah.
That's our code, you know,
Yeah.
you look like.
You look like.
Yeah, right.
And
you favor.
finally, when I got my birth certificate, I gave it to her. And even still doing it afraid, she did ask me, she was like, you mind if I do a little snooping? And because of the information that she had already had from a previous opportunity on this television show, in 48 hours, the Lord allowed her to connect with my biological brother.
Yeah. Wow.
Tony.
Well,
Tony,
I have to ask a film question.
Yeah.
Yes, we both have this film question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Number one, I think it's a fine film. I really do. I'm surprised that it's a first-time effort. Is this your really first-time effort of making a film?
Yes.
Did you know you could make a film? Did you know you were a filmmaker? Did you set out to make a film?
I always think in stories. I always think in film. Everything is cinematic. I always wanted to be a part of films, but I think, from vlogging, because I really got my start creating in the kingdom being a vlogger, and I would do like really cool things. And I said one day if I could create a film, it'd be really, really good. And we started shooting, and Reese, one of my producers on the show, I wasn't gonna make it a film. I really had him honestly taping me, because if you notice when I met my mother, because I'm an adoptee, I know how to pretend. I'm always performing.
Wow.
Most people, when they meet their biological mother, they like cry.
They fall
out
apart.
on the floor.
Right.
When I met my brother, if you notice, he was crying. I was like stern, holding on to him.
That was such a wonderful moment.
That was.
God,
Yeah.
you caught so many wonderful moments.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
He caught so many wonderful moments.
And you know what I like about this, because Tina and I are both storytellers. We've told, we were journalists. We've written books. You tell a story in film in a way that makes it seem like you've been studying this all your life. So I love that question that she just asked you. I talk to people all the time about telling your own stories, the importance of telling your own story. Don't let somebody else tell your story. You tell you. I wrote a memoir. I told my own story. But there are so many different ways, so I applaud the fact that you told the story in your unique way. And it really was a unique film, because you were in front of the camera, you were behind the camera, you were telling the story, you were acting, you were a cast member in the story, so it was a really good thing.
Did it take on a sort of life of its own, or were you really? I guess the first thing I said to Wanda when we saw the film back in.
We saw it a couple years
early. We saw it before May.
Exactly. And then we saw it again recently.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we've been talking about it ever since. We love this film. But you made, as somebody who knows, who had to know about film, I'm married to him, you made so many smart choices. Was that made in the shooting of the film? Was that made in the editing? I know editing is hugely important, but it looked like you were sort of shooting it.
I'll be honest, and I said this on an interview, and everybody kind of looked and said, "Wow, there was no storyboarding, there was no script." Like literally, when we watched the footage, like Holy Spirit literally was saying, "This goes right here, this goes right here." I edited that film with Reese on 2 laptops, and we literally grabbed music.
The two of you.
The two of us, and literally, I would pray, and he would say, "Do the Willie thing," and I would say, "That goes right here, and this goes right here," and he would put it there, and then I would get it, and we would stay up at night and do Airbnbs. I had just went through a very tough separation from my family, and I was on the floor of an apartment that did not have furniture because it didn't come until Tuesday, and we made the final edits of that film.
Wow. Yeah. How much was left on the floor? Seriously, cutting room for.
I bet you there wasn't much in. Was there much? Did you cut?
I cut a lot. We cut a lot. It's so much to the story. I was an artist. I was a musician, and still a musician. I don't know why I always say I was, because we getting back into it, and God never allowed that gift to go. Like,
not
right,
be a
you know what I
musician
mean?
if
You're
you
a musician.
are. Yeah.
But we did my
Is
chief
that
of
Alice
staff
over
like
there?
my chief of staff like sing, boy.
All
you know.
right, okay.
But the thing was, as a musician, we made demo tapes. So you always had your demo, so you can go shop it to, you know, to the people, so you can get a big record deal. So for me, I took that same strategy into like filmmaking and documentaries. I think this thing should be a really great movie. I think it should be a series of 6 to 12 shows. But instead of me sitting in a pitch meeting, I would rather sing you, hey, why don't you take a look at this, and this is what we're thinking. So it's my demo tape. And so I put together the best demo tape that I could put together in hopes that the Lord would allow it to expand our territory. Yeah.
Are you going to remain a filmmaker, or are you going to do more?
I am. I got a lot of great ideas now.
Okay.
I went through a very dark season for the last 2 years, and I'm just so thankful now that I'm finally getting the opportunity to be creative again.
Right.
Like depression and all that stuff. Like,
Oh, wow.
you know, it's beautiful like here, but I get a chance to see all of my, like, I was an adoptee, so I lived in my imagination. I imagined what I thought my mother was. For years, I thought she was Lisa in Coat Jam. I thought she was, ooh, I think I love it. I like, that guy kind of looked like Lisa, don't I? You know? And then, like, I never thought of my dad. Like, I know my dad now.
Oh, you do know your dad now?
Yeah, so Tony, and the second piece is that me and Tony, we share the same father.
I heard that in the movie.
Yeah, I'm not like an only child. It's like 7 of us. And as beautiful as it is, I also get a chance to see what's chasing me in my bloodline. So a lot of times in my life, I was chasing goals, dreams, and aspirations, but I didn't look at the fact that in our bloodline, there are some issues that are in our bloodline that are still attempting to take over me. So whether that's alcoholism or, you know, I'm just making up things, alcoholism, drug use, whatever that thing may be, I get a chance to see it in real time and see the seeds that are in me in hopes that I can cut this thing off. So I'm spending time in therapy, really healing, not pretending to always, you know, perform, and I have to be perfect. And I'm learning now that the Lord gave me this missing piece so he can glue this thing together correctly, because a lot of my life I've been pretending.
I have one.
Wanda, I'm just, you know, what we talk all the time about being able to see ourselves, being able, you know, to move forward. You seem to have such a clear vision. I also wanted to say, I didn't know that the Holy Spirit was such a good editor.
Yeah.
You were saying that to
Promise.
me. Yeah, we need some of that.
Promise.
But we were talking about the feelings that you have. But I want to take it in a little bit of a different direction just for our audience, and that is, what made you be so open to therapy? I mean, I think there are women in the audience thinking, God, I wish my guy would go there. I mean, what made you so open to all of this? Just
Don't nudge
there
him.
they are.
Don't nudge him.
Yeah.
Don't nudge him. I was open to therapy. I have a 3-year-old baby girl. Her name is Paisley. And when I seen that little girl, something in me said that I got to get these pieces together. I got to get it right. I want to be the best version of myself. Although her mother and I didn't work out the way I thought it was going to work out, my goal, dream, and aspiration is to show her what a real man is, and I knew that I needed to become the best version of myself, because I want her to look and say, that's not just my hero, but that is the epitome of a man that I would want in my life. I want to be the man that my daughter could marry. Like, I want to be the man that she says, that's my daddy.
The example that she sees.
That's great.
I want her to
I want to follow up a little bit on your talking about therapy. I have a very good friend who is adopted, and she is in therapy, and she's had so many stresses in her life that she attributes to her adoption. She didn't know she was adopted until she was an adult, so she has some other issues with that. But you mentioned in the movie this feeling of abandonment. Talk to me a little bit about abandonment, because you had such good adoptive parents. You had a great childhood. You had probably everything you needed and a lot of things you wanted in this family, but you felt abandoned. So is that part of the therapy that you're going through also? I know you're talking about some of the issues in your bloodline, but is that part of it, that abandonment?
You know, to be honest, I never felt like abandoned at all. Like, for real, like. When
I'm sorry, I thought you said that in the.
That's what my therapist said.
Oh.
But she told me that, like, you can't. No, but listen. But through discovery, you do subconsciously feel abandoned when, you know, like I'm 5 foot nothing, 100 nothing, light skin, had this long hair and all this little stuff, and then, you know, my parents was from Louisiana and Mississippi. Like they were a lot darker, a lot stronger, definitely a lot taller, you know that? And so because of that, like you would often think like, man, I wonder what, this, that, and other. Not that I'm not grateful.
You just wonder.
Yeah, I just wonder.
And you talked about living in your hair and your imagination,
right.
so of course your imagination might do that.
Yeah,
Is that part of it?
Yeah, that's definitely it. But I don't think I ever really felt abandoned. I never felt left out. Like Willie J and Flora Moore, they did one hell of a job making sure that they were three things: gentle, very loving, and very attentive. They listened with their eyes, right?
Great.
They didn't have a lot of money. I think they made over $30,000, $40,000 in a year collectively ever when we were coming up. But they made a lot of great decisions on what they wanted to do for me. And, you know, they made some really great investments. So in their latter years, I think their portfolio, well, not as of about 7 years ago, but their portfolio was better than mine. They just knew what to do. My daddy tell you right now, hell, you want too much. That's what your problem is. Show lids, you know, thing is.
I like that, show lids.
Yeah,
That's real Southern.
Yeah, hell, you know, you want too much. I know what to want. That's why I'm blessed. I got my $57,000 sitting in the car yesterday, you know, and but I grew up around a lot of storytellers because they didn't have a radio. They couldn't afford it. They didn't have a television. They couldn't afford it. So days in Mississippi and Louisiana, we sitting in a circle like this, and Uncle Joe telling the story. And he just storytelling. Then Uncle Mitchell, he'll hear the story. You know, the liquor flowing and the cigarettes is going, and they just having a good time. And I'm a kid watching all these stories. So now they pay me gugaks of money just to go tell stories at universities and adoption agencies and all that. But it all came from a seed of these ex-sharecroppers using what they had to get what they wanted.
Yeah, our culture is deep.
Yeah.
It's
So-
just, it's just so beautiful.
So let me follow up on that. If I were talking to an adoptee, or you do it all the time, you tell them to go get therapy.
Definitely.
You tell them what else? What's the one message you want to leave with them? And then I have a follow-up question.
So number one, I would definitely say you definitely need to get therapy and find some form of spirituality. For me, it was Christianity. That story was already written, and it was a clear blueprint of if I live this way, it had a proven source of success. So through Jesus, I was able to find the peace that surpassed all understanding. Not that I was ever perfect, not that I've perfected his ways, but I have a tangible example of how I can live and be successful in all parts of my life. The second thing that I would tell them to do is own your story. You know, I go into foster homes, and I meet adoptees, and when I shake their hands, it's lifeless. Some young men have been in 16 homes before they were 7 years old, 12 years old. And they finally look at me and they say, man, be a voice for us. And the first thing I tell them is you got to explore and own your story. Like I own mine. I'm not ashamed of mine. And because I owned it, I probably made more money, and it's not about money, but I've been more successful in the adoption space financially than any other space. How many people you know walking around say, hey, I'm an adoption champion? First of all, you got to have some really good parents who are mature enough to even allow you to say it. So I thank God for Willie J and Flora.
When did you find out you were adopted?
I found out when I was 7 years old. People were making fun of me.
Okay.
They were making fun of me. Yeah, they was making fun of me in a van. And they started singing a song saying, I don't mess with adopted kids. And they sung. And I was 7, so I sung too. I don't mess with adopted kids.
So you talk about being a champion for adoption, and one of the things we heard in one of the versions of your movie, and I'm not sure it was on tonight, was that you tell people to adopt older children. Talk a little bit about that, because you said you go into these foster homes and these places, these spaces where the children can talk to you. I mean, they're old enough to know what their situation is and to want better. Talk about the need to really pay attention to the older children. Because I've heard people say, well, I don't want to adopt the problems. You know, I don't want to take on those problems. Because they got problems if they've been in foster care 8, 9, 12 years old, right?
Yeah. Well, you know, by the time we get out of 2022, 18,000 kids are going to age out. And there are no real resources for these children. With the exception of some of the things that Bethany Christian Services, DFACS, they're doing a really good job in Georgia. If you're about to age out and you hear this, just know you can go to DFACS in Georgia. They're going to do some great things. Shout out to Candace. She's doing so well with their programs. They got a grant. They're putting kids in apartments, man. Shout out to DFACS of Georgia. I just want to say that publicly because they're doing one heck of a job. But I always challenge people when they say, man, well, these kids got problems. Well, hell, your kids got problems.
That's true.
So either you got a calling or you don't have a calling. Right. You know, for me, you know, my parents got me young, but at the end of the day, like every child, like love can cover a multitude of everything. Like love drives out evil. Like I wasn't always a saint. I remember telling my mother when she didn't let me go to the party in the 8th grade, I yelled and lashed out and said, I wish I had my real mama.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's a natural instinct.
And she looked at me and said, I wish your ass had your real mama too. Sure do. But then she paused and she said, because in that moment you will realize that there's nobody in this world who's gonna love you the way I love you. Right. She made a decision to love me despite of my actions. And that's what every foster parent and every adoptee has to make a decision in their heart to say, like when you look at the word forgive, we think about, like if you think about foreknowledge, like he's gonna give you foreknowledge, before knowledge. So if you forgive, you have already forgiven before the offense has even started. And that's what every adopted parent has to do. So whether the kid is 12, 18, or 3, somebody's gonna do something wrong. But the moment that they make a decision to love, everything changes for a kid like me.
The moment you make a decision to
change,
to
like,
love,
to change and just change your mind and say, I'm just gonna love. Because especially in African American communities, sometimes in most African American, like what that kid did, and well, they said this girl, and then what happened, and then what you say, and then what you say. It's a ping pong of foolishness. Right. But my mama, not a big educated woman, she had already made a decision that I'm gonna love this boy no matter what. Now my daddy, he was a little different. This is the first time he came in, he heard what's going on. Hey, I heard what you said to your mama. Usually it's my mama, but he said, don't you ever talk that way to my wife. Not your mama, but that's my wife.
Yeah, and that must have been an empowering thing for you to see a man stand up and say, this is
he
how
scared
you
the hell out of me then. Because he's really a nice guy. He scared the hell out of me. I was like, I've never seen this part of you, you know, because he's usually, come on, Flo, don't bother the boy. He's a good boy. Look at him, good looking. But this time, I seen the face that I had never seen in my life. And just know, I never disrespected her. I never said that again. Never did it again. Never did it again.
So we have some students in the audience and some aspiring filmmakers, I'm sure. What's one or two things would you tell aspiring filmmakers to do to get their first film out, to become as successful as you are and you are going to be?
Glory to God. I would say to aspiring filmmakers, man, do what's true to you, and just be really thorough in your approach. The thing is, I didn't have a whole lot of money, a whole lot of resources, but I used everything to the best of my ability in excellence, right? And so here's the thing. A lot of times we'll cut corners to try to be what we see, but if you are a person who says this message needs to get out and you have a passion for it, it will land you in spaces and places that trying to be like everybody else will never land you in. Here's a catch-22. I just watched a film with Tyler Perry, Jazzman, comes out Netflix. He wrote this thing 27 years ago, 27 years ago. The best film I've ever seen him do. I got to call him. I put a call into his girl. I said, I need to talk to him, but he's busy. He's doing press. Well, he need to be on my show. I did that today because I got to ask, like, what took you so long to put something out that was so good? Sometimes you got to entertain before you can explain. Sometimes you got to entertain before you can explain true narratives, right? This narrative is going to shift the trajectory of everybody, but he played Medea for a while. There's a lot of creativity on the inside of you. Ask God, ask Holy Spirit, which one of these can I use in this season until I can get to the next season? His was entertainment. Now he has a serious movie that's going to change the world. Mine is adoption, and now I get to entertain coming soon. So just be true to you in this season and watch what God does in the next.
Wow.
I heard two things that you said jumped out at me, and one is passion.
Gotta have passion.
Okay, can you talk a little bit about how that drives you?
We call it, in journalism, we call it the fire in the belly.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm gonna put that. Alice, take your notes and put fire in the belly too. I'm gonna say that tomorrow. Put fire.
Because they sure don't pay journalists enough to just have passion. You gotta have that fire.
So I would say, I never do anything without the right motive. It's just a thing. I grew up with a sharecropper. They couldn't really necessarily read like that, but they just had their word. So that's what I took from my daddies and my uncles. If they shake on it, it's real. So for me, if I don't have the correct motive, I know that God can't bless it. Man look at the outside, God gonna be judging my heart. So whatever I get into, it gotta have an underlying message, because we gonna make the money. We gonna be successful. That's just a part of it. But if you got a mission and a great motive, the money ain't gonna just make you stop. So for me, this film, it becomes, we go do a series on it. They give us $1 million or so to go do 6-7 episodes, good. We do a movie, people think it's great. We do a movie that give us $37 million, good. I still 400,000 kids out there who still needs this message. I still gotta go do it. So if you can come up with a film and a narrative that will allow you to bring home something to people across the world that needs to be exposed.
That is great.
It's dope. My boy Joe Coy, he's on Netflix right now. He is a Filipino comedian. He cuss a lot. I don't know if y'all like that or not, but his goal was to bring international dollars into the Philippines. And he's creating a narrative for the Filipino culture. I'm on my way to the Philippines. I'm like, we got to go to the Philippines. Joe Coy says it's great.
Yeah. That's a purpose, right?
He has a purpose and a passion for it, right? And I think every filmmaker, if you can, it got to be bigger than money. Like, we're going to die. Like, that's the one sure thing that we're going to do. We're going to die. And I don't think we often think about that. We think about, man, I got to get this money. I got to go do this. Of course you do. Money going to come from people who work hard and have a good strategy and a great team. That's coming. But when I leave here, I want them to have a black and white picture of me, and I want them to say, that boy worked his ass off to make sure these kids had a home. That's what I want. I want them to say that. I want them to say, whatever he did, he put his purpose in it. When he got on radio, he talked about those kids. He teamed up with people to make sure kids had an opportunity. And when I die, I want them to be able to look and say, man, we had a champion.
That's the dash that people talk about.
Yeah, Shanta says it all the time.
The kids don't know about the dash.
Yeah,
the dash.
That's the dash between your end date.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you do from the time you were born to the time you passed away? That's your dash. How did you use that time? I want to thank you for your work. You're doing such great work. I want to thank you for sharing your story, your gift with the world. Where does this film go from here? This film.
So if there's any direction that I want people to be thinking about, I'm partnering with an amazing, preferably amazing production team, and I want it to become a series.
Okay.
There are a lot of people like me. I was on the line about a year ago with Anthony Hamilton, R&B star, who's never shared his adoption story. And he doesn't mind me sharing that, he was adopted by some neighbors because his mother and all of them had some issues, and he was adopted by some neighbors. His mother ended up getting off of whatever she was on or whatever the issue was. And the little boy who was in the house, who became his brother when he was adopted, ended up being adopted by his mother because she got off of whatever she was on, and she ended up adopting them when this lady passed on. A lot of people don't know that Michael Key from Keaton Peele, he was adopted. He has a beautiful story. And then we're going to jumble it up a little bit. We're going to do some infertility stories. Gabrielle Union, I want to sit down with her and make it like a virtual Dateline scenario where we tackle all these beautiful missing pieces and we make it a series. And then I also want this also to be a movie. I would love to see some really great actors. Shout out to Will Packer. You on my heart. I want to see you create this film because I think my dad is a comedian. This can be really comedic, but I think we can drive home a beautiful narrative. It starts in the backwoods of Mississippi. You're going to be seeing people shoveling and doing all of that. But you see this guy go to the Army, finally get out of these backwoods of Mississippi. He travels to St. Louis, becomes the city slicker, gets to the international hookup, hooks up with this woman named Flora, and they've been hooked up ever since. So it's going to be like a beautiful movie. Yeah.
I'm sorry, were those your storyboards? Is that
I just found out that that's what storyboards are. That's all in my head. Like, I just got...
Okay, you could just take a picture of...
This big old head got nothing but storyboards.
He said you could just take a snapshot of just what you see. That would be your story.
You've been winging it for a while.
I see you.
Now you got to get serious and get those storyboards done.
And that's why I hooked up with y'all. What you said old chicks that know shit?
Two old chicks who know a lot of shit.
Hell, if y'all know some shit, I want to know some too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I wanted to say this. We always end our podcast with some wisdom.
Praise God.
The wisdom this evening comes from you.
Glory to God.
If you have a story to tell it. If you have a gift to share, share it. You certainly have done all of that.
Thank you so much for being with us.
My pleasure.
Oh my gosh, it's the Willie Moore Jr. story.
So yeah, I want y'all to come on my show too. Y'all can't
Oh,
cuss
you
though, 'cause
know-
I got a lot
Tell
of
us when.
Kingdom people that
Absolutely.
they crucify me every time I say hell. I get 37 letters. I don't read none of them either. I tell y'all that.
I used to have an editor say, I can write it round, I can write it square. Just tell me how to do it.
Come
So,
on. I love
yeah,
it. I
so
love it.
absolutely. So this has been a joy. Again, Wanda and I love your film. It's
Yes.
a wonderful
Yes.
film. Will it be shown soon? Will it be distributed?
We'll see what happens next.
Okay.
Honestly, I want the message out, and I can be a little rushy. You know, we touch about 1.7 million people on radio. YouTube is popping, Facebook is popping, Instagram is popping. So I'm asking Holy Spirit in this season, like, what do you want me to do with this tool? Because it's really just a tool. I just seen a YouTube video, it was like 30 minutes. The short was okay, but it just got picked up, and now it's a film, and it's really pushing adoption, but it's not the African-American narrative that I would love to see in the earth. But it is a great narrative. I'm like, I got to meet this guy. So I'm going to just see what Holy Spirit says. I'm going to be obedient, and we're going to see what happens.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I want to thank the audience here at the Morehouse College Human Rights Film Festival as well. Yes, we so enjoyed doing this. Did you tell them, or was I supposed to do it? This is the first. This is the first.
This is the first. You're our first male guest in 2 years, 2 seasons. Yes, you are.
We've done, this is like 40 or 41 episode, and you're the first man that we've ever interviewed together.
And we think we picked a good one.
And our first road trip, not first road trip, our first live event on YouTube. We did have a road trip today. We left Savannah this morning. She left St. Simon's Island yesterday.
Y'all in Savannah?
I live in Savannah.
I live on St. Simon's. Come visit us.
Yes, I love a lot of Geechee people there.
Hey, listen, we are nothing but Gullah Geechee.
Come on.
As a matter of fact, I just curated a Geechee Gullah weekend for Dr. Janetta B. Cole, who of course was president of Spelman College, and her husband, J.D., and they came for the weekend. I had some local people speak to them. I had some experts talk about land trust and land, because land, we're losing our land down there, on the coast.
I found out my dad, when the first day I meet him, he said your grandfather, Geechee Gali.
Yeah. Get out.
He said he had 16 children from one woman. You come from royalty.
All right.
And so I was like, thank you. And then when he gives me this bracelet, he's like, here you go. I was like, this is so cool.
Really?
And so my purpose partner, she's like, do you know in Savannah that it's a lot of your people there?
That's
and
right.
So I was going around.
From Yaman.
I want to go. I want to go. Can y'all make sure I know y'all? Because I
go to the store.
Oh, we know each other now. You've been on our show. You're the first man on our show. So yeah, we'll get together and make that happen.
Yeah.
Can I just honor you guys and thank you so much for this opportunity?
Great.
Let me just say this: there are so many people who give up on their dreams, goals, and visions, and definitely not willing to expand, to learn about technology, or even put people in place so you can get your message out. I'm just believing by faith that what you guys are putting together is something that's going to be a legacy.
Let me show you technology
all around the world. It's going to be big.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Pull up.
Yeah.
But this is
in the
21st century. I'm good.
You're good.
Okay.
I love the name of the show.
Yeah.
I love the name of the show.
Okay, we want to pull back old because, old in this country is just, it's such a negative. And, we want to say, old is honored, old is cherished, old is wise.
That's
all
it.
these things.
We are all about wise.
We said, we're going to just pull back the word old, and we're going to own it,
Yeah.
But then,
and I will say, I'm 73 years old. She's 72. Almost 73.
Black don't crack. Beige don't age. You hear me?
This has been an honor. Wonderful. I do also want to, if I can, give a shout out to the director and founder of the Morehouse College Human Rights Film Festival. She's Kara Walker. Let's give her a shout out. She's my little schoolgirl.
Kara was actually our first producer of 2 Old Chicks Who Know a Lot of Shit.
Kara produced our show for nothing. For our
like
whole
six, the first season she did it free.
She most certainly did.
Yeah.
That's the kind of chick she is. She's wonderful.
Yeah. Now we have a new production team. And they're based in Nashville, and they're in this building right now somewhere.
They're in this building even as we speak.
Right.
I'm so proud of
okay,
y'all.
so we, don't worry. We know your people. We know Alicia, Alice.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah.
Is Alice here?
Yeah, Alice is here. Dr.
right
Stokes
here.
is somewhere around here.
Oh,
Yeah, Dr. Prince
no
is
wonder
here.
everybody keeps looking over there too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So you will not be able to lose us.
Okay,
That's
good
right.
stuff. I can't wait to come.
Tell
with
us
you
when to
guys.
come.
Yes.
We'll be here. Okay.
Indeed. Let's do
Well,
it.
listen, Tina's going to say her last words are,
Oh, love and peace.
and goodbye and love.
Oh, I like love. Thank you, guys. Thank you. This is